Nama tampa chom den de de sim se pa chom pa yang tak pa chok pe sang ke dik pa dan chuk tu den ba de wa shik pa chik den ken ba ke bo du wa ka lo gyo wa la na ne pa la da mi nam ge chom pa sang ge chom den de pe ge wa sha ja tu pa la cha pa lo che de kya su che wo Tumpa chum den de de shi shek pa dan chum pa yang da ba do pe sang ge dik pa dan shak su den ba de wa shek pa chik den ken ba ke ro du wa ka lo gyo wa la na me pa la da mi nam ge tem ba sang ge chum den de pe ge wa shak ya tu pa la cha ta che de kya su che Dumpa chum den de de shi shakpa da chum pa yang da ba zo pe sang je rik pa da shak su ten ba de wa shek pa shik den shen pa ke po du re ka lo ju wa la na me pa la da mi nam ke ten ba sang ge chum den de pe ge wa shek ya tu pa la cha ta che do kya su che 강제 강미토 계담진 사제 담라 덴바 덴바네 마네 지덴데나 조제도 대체 개바 결라 자텔로 남다 공화 저도 소사와 예셰 야토 세계 롬보다 잡아 직내 순나 람네와 롬보 주니 결라 자텔로 천조 대마 되면 다외 세도 다와 결라 자텔로 드다 저다 세바 소마시 야메 개제 결라 자텔로 공보 두제 삼제마 삼제 개메 대마 소나 윤대 갸소세 예시 샬라 아베 도자 다와조 계획 내서 레도시 직도 담다 주요바 시규 졸라 차타 저는 도야 라메아데 라바 달라 랍도네 신기 담바 윤데 딘디 라야 차 예 솔라 차 살로 켜바 찰라 차 딘디 찰라 차 살로 tumla tadu gucha chaja oba tamjala shindu kunye dani lude paye namkundo chodo debe shat chiya micha micha shin gyawa punso sokpa rangi semne yonso do dine sangye tenpa Tamara mame gyurma sopa chobo mila loda tinda yuje sona dida sonam di tamje sepa kopa tomne kyunje tatu gada nada chive lapso chive sole dowa dowa 다시 끊기 조시 또 다레 알렌지 인데게 바니 상계 또 미에우와이 노그 나마다시 제발요 담바케 나마 기주갈라 chu sin ti chi da tam be du che de ma la sa ge che ki sa ba abdu sa idang guru rana mandala kani tayami. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome, everyone. And again, thank you for joining today. I thought we'll start with a practice this morning to get the motivations, and I thought maybe the practice will be a little bit shorter than yesterday. Maybe yesterday might have been too long. I don't know. So yeah. So everyone, does everyone has the practice? Does she have the practice? Okay. Well, just waiting to share the practice with one of participant here. Okay, so first, try to keep your back straight. And it helps to be more awake, alert. And more clarity. And try to let go of any tightness, stiffness in your body and mind. Just keep relaxed. And make yourself comfortable. And let go of any thought about past and futures. And keep your mind on the breath as you inhale, exhale naturally.
observing it mindfully and being aware of whatever is being observed with the breath. If you notice your mind's distracted, you can always bring back to the breath, always, anytime. Then you can imagine and visualize people that you dislike, have problem in front of you, and your loved ones on right side, and the strangers on the left side, and surrounding them, all sentient beings, all in human form, as vast as the space. like oceans or never ending. Again, try to bring back your attention to the breath. Then in this space above you, visualize lotus. On top of lotus, there's a moon cushions. On top of the moon cushions is your root guru, but in the form of Mother Tara. And she's in green color. Her left feet bent like a meditative posture, right leg stretched out. Her left hand in the teaching mudras, or not the mudra of and holding the upala, blue upala flowers. The right hand in the gesture or mudra of grinding sublime, again holding blue upala flowers. And she's wearing all the ornaments, celestial garments. In youthful aspect. And not a concrete solid, but light rainbow body. Radiating. And looking at you directly at the same time, gazing on all sentient beings with incredible, unconditional love, compassion. And with her omniscient wisdom eyes, she's aware of ourselves and each and all sentient beings' state of minds. predispositions. Always ready to guide, help. Whenever we are ready from our side, always, she's always there, anytime. And she encompasses all the Buddhas, in light and activities energy. So in essence, she's the manifestation of all the Buddhas and Buddhas in light and energy of activities. She's the Guru, she's the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, all. By reflecting on her enlightened quality of the body, all the major or minor mark of enlightened beings, 60 melodies, speech, again, sign of the enlightened speech. Unconditional, limitless, unbiased, impartial, loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta mind, and wisdom. That realize both reality simultaneously and all the needs of each sentient beings. So with that kind of recollection, try to generate a strong faith, devotions, and to take her as our refuge and go to refuge from now until you achieve enlightenment all the time. In good time, bad time, easy time, difficult time, always keeping in our heart. So try to generate that strong refuge and surrendering ourselves completely to Mother Tara. With total trust, confidence. And then We try to bring our attention to the breath. Then we can contemplate, just as I want happiness all the time, and do not want any suffering, even the smallest one, even for 1 moment, 1 second. Even in a dream, in the same way, all sentient beings that is surrounding us, each and every one of them, including those whom we dislike, have a conflict. They also want, just like ourselves, to be happy and not to suffer. That's all they want to be, just like ourselves. They just want to be happy. They just do not want to suffer. That's all. Try to feel that as much as possible. With that innate wish to be happy and not to suffer, everyone is just trying to be happy, achieve happiness, and trying to protect that happiness. And trying to avoid suffering and cause of suffering. So we all are equal and same in that fundamental level. Try to feel that oneness, that same equal. And just as we have right to be happy and not to suffer, equally, each and every sentient being have equal right to be happy and not to suffer. Even those with whom we have conflict, difficulties. They have as equal right as ourselves to be happy and not to suffer. So again, try to feel as much as possible that we all have equal and same, again, on that fundamental level. And when we think of oneself, it's just one person's. When we think of other sentient beings, it's countless. So in that situations, it doesn't make sense to neglect and ignore the well-being of countless sentient beings and totally being obsessed with just well-being of oneself, of just one being. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't feel right, correct, sensible. Instead, it makes more sense and reasonable and correct to work for the well-being of these countless sentient beings. Therefore, I'm going to help to free all these sentient beings from all their suffering and cause of suffering permanently, and to help them to achieve not only temporary happiness, but true, lasting, ultimate happiness. And to be able to help them to do that with our own data experience, I must achieve my highest potential as soon as possible, the fully awakened state. And in order to achieve that fully awakened state of Mother Tara, becoming one set Mother Tara and liberate all sentient beings, I must engage in all the bodhisattva practice by generating both the mind and the wisdom, as well as engaging two stages of practice of Tantra, and in order to our practice to become successful without much obstacles, hindrance, I'm going to do this practice of the Tara practice. Also for the success of our practice and in our life, we need to accumulate the conducive conditions, the merit, the virtues, the positive karma. We need to purify all the potential for all the obstacles, problem and sufferings, the negative karmas. And we need all the blessings of the Guru and the deity. For that very reason, again, I'm going to engage in this practice. And go for refuge to Buddha Dhamma Sangha for that purpose. With that strong bodhicitta motivations and strong faith, devotion to the Guru Mother Tara, so then we go to the practice. So you start with page number 8, refuge and bodhicitta. So while keeping that strong faith, devotion to the Arya Mother Tara and loving kindness, compassion of all sentient beings, and the wish to achieve that fully enlightened self of Mother Tara ourselves. We recite one in English and twice in Tibetan. The Tibetan is not here. If you don't know the Tibetan, then you can recite in English. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Template. By my merit from giving other perfection, may I become a Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. Sangye chedan soge shonam la chanchu patu dani kapso she dagi jin soge boso nam she dola penje sangye dupa sho Sangye chedan soge shonam la chanchu patu dani kapso she dagi jin soge beso nam ki dola penje sangye dupa. Then the 7 prayer, again with each of those one line, we try to keep few moments to really feel the words, not just recite the word, but trying to feel that with my body, speech, and mind, I devoutly prosper. Next, I offer all offerings, both real and imagined. Next, all sins and offenses arising from beginningless time, I confess. I rejoice in all virtuous actions of holy and ordinary beings. Next, all gurus and Buddhas, please remain until samsara ends. Next, and turn the wheel of Dharma for sentient. All my virtues and those of all others I dedicate to the great enlightenment. In the mandala, this ground inert with the perfume, strewn with flowers, adorned with Mount Meru, 4 continents, the sun and the moon, and humanities as Buddha appears and offer it. May all living beings enjoy this pure land. The object of my attachment, aversion, ignorance, friends, enemies, and strangers, and my body, wealth, and enjoyment. Without any sense of loss, I offer this collection. Please accept it with pleasure. Bless me with the freedom from disappointment. Itam Guru Rana Mandala Kaniyataya. So then we make the request. So we do the request only one. So instead of just my body, then we do my body, speech, and mind. Okay, please bless me to purify all obscurations of my body, speech, and mind, so that I will become one in essence of Guru Tara's holy Vajra body, speech, and mind. So then, as we make that request, Guru Mother Tara is extremely pleased. From her side, she's always ready, and from our side, we are ready now. She's very pleased with the request, and delightfully granting the request. Visualize on her crown white Om syllables, on her throat chakra, red R syllable, at our heart, blue Hum syllables, and in the Om, the moon, around, there's also green thumb syllables, and then surrounded by the mantras of the Tara, Om Taritu Daritu Soha, clockwise, all standing. Again, all those different syllables in the mantras are not just ordinary syllables or letter, but they are actually Mother Tara's enlightened, exalted, compassionate wisdom energy manifesting that particular syllables. And, first we try to imagine, visualize from the Om, white Om syllables at the crown, from that white light and nectar flow like snowing, like raining. Entering ourselves through the crown to the whole body. Again, that light and nectar is not just ordinary light and nectar. They are again enlightened, exalted wisdom, compassionate wisdom, energy in that form. And with that cleansing, purifying, flushing, all the problem and suffering of our physical body. See whatever physical problem we might have, we can imagine, visualize healing that. And sense of heaviness in our body, grossness, not being flexible, light, all of them being clean, purified, flush, healed. As well as all the negative karma that we have created with our body in this life, in all past lives, have been completely flushed, cleansed, purified. Try to think with total convictions. There is not one atom left, not one trace left, completely purified. And visualize and imagine more light and nectar flow through the crown. Feel your whole body receiving all the blessings of the Guru Mother Tara, especially the blessing of the body. And your body is transformed in the light body, rainbow body, without any heaviness, grossness, any concrete. Just like the Mother Tara's body, light, rainbow body. Next, we can imagine and visualize from the red asa level at third chakra. From that, red light nectar flow into oneself. And cleanse and purify and flush away all the inappropriate speech, useless speech, uncontrollable speech of aggressive, harsh speech. Untruthful speech. All those have been cleansed, purified, flushed away. Also, all the negative karma that we have created in this life and all past life through our speech has been completely cleansed, purified, flushed away. Not even one atom is left or trace is left completely And as again more light and nectar flow from that red syllable into oneself. Feel her whole body from bottom to the top, receiving all the blessings, especially the blessing of speech, and the blessing of speech of, truthful speech, kind, gentle, compassionate speech. Appropriate and useful, meaningful speech. And whatever speech we utter or say is always helpful, beneficial. Every speech becomes cause and condition to inspire and lead sentient beings to the virtues. Try to feel that energy of that speech, which is our potential. And next, from the blue hung syllables, blue light and nectar flow into oneself, and cleanse and purify. All the negative state of mind, all the feeling of hurt, disappointments, anxiety, worry, all the attachment, greediness, mercilessness, anger, resentment, grudges, bitter feelings, feeling arrogant, jealousy, loss of self-confidence, not having self-confidence, self-doubt, self-loathing, self-hatred, depressions, self-centeredness, and self-grasping, ignorance. All have been completely cleansed, purified, flush away. Especially if we are dealing with any particular negative emotions, with any of those particular, we can especially emphasize and really contemplate and imagine, visualize that particular unhealthy feeling, emotion, and completely cleanse, purify, flush away. Again, we can imagine more blue light nectar flow into oneself, feeling whole our body from bottom to the top. And receiving all the blessings, especially the blessing of the mind. Receiving the self-confidence, courageous inner strength, content mind, satisfied mind, true love, compassion, bodhicitta, wisdom. Then imagine, visualize from all three chakras with all three syllables. The white, red, the white Om, red A, blue Hum, as well as the thumb, green thumb, and the Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Riso mantra. More light and nectar flow continuously into oneself, cleanse, purify, and flush away our inability to act and act correctly. As well as all the subtle obscurations led by the delusions, the appearance of the inherent existence of the objects, the dualistic view, the ordinary appearance and grasping, all of them being completely cleansed, purified, and flushed away. So while keeping that visualization, we recite the mantra Om Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare Om Tare Om Tare Tu Tare Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Om Tare Om Tare Om Tare Om Tare Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. Imagine, visualize with total conviction the subtle obscurations of the knowledge of the omniscient, the impure appearance and graspings, and inability to perform what is best for oneself, for all sentient beings, all of them being completely cleansed, purified. Flush away. Not even one trace or atom left. As we recite a little bit more, again, more light and nectar flow from all the three syllables in the garlands of mantras and thumb syllables, and receiving the blessing of bodies, speech, mind, all of them, and feeling our whole body, and receiving the union of wisdom and compassion, the union of illusory body, and the clear light mind. And transform all the body, speech, and mind into enlightened body, speech, and mind, union of all of them. So while keeping the visualizations, recite Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. 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 And visualize and imagine with total conviction, receiving all the blessings of body, speech, and mind, especially the union of the compassion and the wisdom, as well as the union of illusory body and clear light, mind, wisdom. In achieving and receiving the ability to perform and act correctly and in most beneficial way, which is the quality of the data. Then imagine, Guru Mother Aryatara melt into the green light, which flows into yourself, that green light. With that instantly, all your own conceptions of that yourself and all phenomena are congruent with self-existence. Then misconceptions, together with all your dualistic mind and its view, disappear, become completely empty. It's like when you switch on the light, the darkness completely disappears, become completely empty. Mean that your own mind, more subtle mind, Guru's mind, and Dedim Tara's mind become one inseparable. Try to concentrate on that oneness. Then you yourself dissolve in the light, and light becomes smaller, smaller, and disappear into emptiness. There's no I or other phenomena that exist from its own side, completely empty. The I in all phenomena only exists on a merely level basis. Only on imputations or level, merely level. Wisdom realizing that the emptiness manifests like a light, and the light appears and manifests. For those who have initiation as a Madhatara, for those who do not, you don't visualize yourself, but transform yourself, which is enlightened now. In the aspect of that yourself, but fully enlightened, fully awakened. And in your heart, the blue, the moon disc, on top of the moon disc, there's a thumb, green thumb. On top of the thumb, there is the green Tara mantras, Tara Tuda Turiso surrounding. And as we recite more mantras from the thumb letter and garlands of thumb letter, which is the exalted, enlightened, compassionate, exalted wisdom of the Guru, the Aryatara in yourself, unified one. From that, rays of light, millions of small rays of light are sent in all directions, carrying one small green tara in each of those rays of light. And through that, flowing the, light and nectar, and cleansing, purifying, flushing all the illness, negative karma, delusion, obscuration of sentient beings, each and every sentient beings. And leading them to the fully enlightened state of Aryatara. So while keeping that visualization, we recite Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. 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 So imagine, visualize all sentient beings being purified completely of all their delusions, negative karma, delusion, obscurations, and guide them to fully light instead of Aryatara. They all become Aryatara. So the whole space now, as vast as the space, like seeing no end, it's filled with Aryatara. So from your heart, you send out offering goddess and making offering to all this Arya Matatara. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. 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 So after you make the offerings, all the Aryatara are very pleased, accept the offerings, and generate bliss and voidness in their heart. And the rays of the light, the goddess, dissolve into your heart, as well as the previous rays of the light and all the Aryatara on top of those rays also dissolve into yourself, into your heart. Again, as we recite more, from all the Aryataras, filling the whole space from there, and you receive the rain and the snow, or the blessings of all the Aryatara. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. 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 And then you can visualize also all the Aryatara that fill the whole space, dissolve into yourself. in your heart. And become one. There is no more sense of this Aryatara or the other Aryataras, all one. Inseparable, united. Okay, so then we'll do the dedications, page number 11. May I quickly become Guru Aryatara and lead each and every sentient being into her enlightened state because of this merit. May the supreme jewel Bodhisattva that has not arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more. I wanted it to be shorter, but it became longer. I was hoping to do in a half hour. Yesterday's hour, so I thought I was going to do. It become longer. Mm. So in terms of the practice, I think yesterday we went through the, and then we are in the, we are on the 7 limb prayer, page number 8. And again, in all the sadhanas, practice of the deities, you find the 7 limb practice. This is the most kind of shortest versions. Sometimes you find longer versions with each verses with each of 7 limbs. Sometimes you find much more longer versions, especially many verses to the prostration, many verses to the offerings, and many verses with the confession, purifications, especially those three. In some, one particular is more longer, and so on. And the purpose of that is for the success of any practice meditations. Not only you need to meditate, contemplate on whatever subjects, whether it's under practice or whether it's sutra practice or common practice of, bodhicitta and emptiness. For the success of that, you need other factors, conducive conditions, and clear the obstacles. And when you clear the obstacle and when you gather the conducive conditions, and then you actually practice the actual meditation practice, when all come together, then you have better result. Quicker result, better result, And so that is the 7 limb is part of that practice, purifying and creating the conducive conditions. And, just like when you plant anything in the garden, of course you need a healthy, good seed. Very important that you have a healthy, good seed. But it is not enough just to have a good, healthy seed. The soil needs to be very good. Clear all the things that otherwise would be obstacle for that plant to grow. Purification does that, clearing and creating the soil better, our mind soil better, And creating the marriage is creating the conducive condition. Not only you need the good soil that is free from clearing all these, weeds and rocks, whatever other things. Then you need the conducive condition. You need the water, the moisture, the heat, the light, fertilizer, whatever other conducive condition you need. And when you have the actual good seed, and then you clear the obstacles and you have all conducive conditions, when you plant it, then it will grow to its full potentials. So our actual meditation, whatever subject we are meditating on, loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta, emptiness, or any tantric practice, that is like the seed. That is like the seed. But it is not only enough by just that. Just like in the garden. So you need a purification and accumulation of merit. Accumulation of merit is creating the conducive conditions. Purification and clearing the obstacles. And when you combine all these practices together, then you have better result. And again, that is the story of Lama Tsongkhapa himself and many other all the great masters. Even they have been meditating when they were, even though they have been meditating for long times, but they couldn't have the realizations, the growth of the plant of realizations, because there was something missing. And what was missing was purification and accumulation of merit. And when they combine those practices together, and then finally they have those realizations. So just as how we see the functioning of the growth of plant in our garden, same the growth of our plant of realization within our garden of the mind, the way it works is similar. Sometimes, there's misunderstanding or not full understanding, where sometimes you feel all you need is meditations. Purification and accumulation are not part of meditations. They feel is more kind of like a ritual or something. Is not correctly understanding that the functioning of those practices. Actually, they are part of training your mind. They are part of meditations. And it is more holistic approach. Bringing all the practice together, and then also the Guru Yoga, also important. We need all the blessings, support in such practice and path, and then as a part of blessings, to receive the blessings, then from the Guru and the deity, then we also incorporate and practice the Guru Yoga. And so when all these practice come together, then then one can have the realizations, more easily and quickly. So that's why we have to understand why seven limb practice. You see, in all the sadhana, it is included, and the reason is that. Also, that is also reason why preliminary practice is also emphasized for that purpose too. And also we will see how each of those seven limb practice, when it is done correctly, in the right way, with the right understanding, in the right way, they are training the mind. It is part of meditation, part of training the mind. It's not separate from the training the mind, which sometimes people misunderstand. As though training the mind is something else, and this preliminary practice or something else. So with here, with my body, speech, and mind, I devoted prostrate. I prostrate from depth of my heart, fully, with a strong devotion, faith. So that is the first one is prostrations. Okay, 7 limb practice. The first one, prostrations. And when prostrations is done correctly in the right way, is an antidote towards your arrogant, your ego. Our ego and arrogance feel, why should I vow to someone? Why should I prostrate to someone? That is how our ego feels. Our pride, our ego doesn't want to bow to someone, doesn't want to, prostrate to someone. What makes us not wanting to bow to someone is our pride, our ego. And so training and practicing to vow and prostrate is kind of training to let go of that ego, that pride, reducing that pride, that ego. And to prostrate or to vow, it doesn't have to be your guru or teachers. We can vow and prostrate to anyone as a training. And should, if possible, that should be, There are practitioners, like Kadamba masters, because they see the potential in every sentient beings, the Buddha natures. They prostrate them, they vow down them, they circumambulate even the dogs sometimes by seeing that potentials. And so that is how you train your mind, to really. So of course, if it is just kind of, you are just kind of without from the depth of without feeling from the heart, if you are just kind of doing the posture of just kind of, the Buddhist push-up, the prostration, full prostration, like push-up, then of course, it doesn't become really effective in reducing your ego and your pride, But when you do with that understanding and fully, by respecting the others in some way, then that become antidote to. So that is again why is mind training, when it's done with right understanding correctly. And then second one, I offer all the offerings, both real and imagined. And that is the second, the offering is the second. And of course, in real or actual, we try to set up whatever offering you can set up, you try to set up. And then imagine is that mentally you create and visualize and imagine all kinds of offerings, whole space filled with all different offerings. Especially you can think of offerings, your own body, your wealth, your virtues that we're attached to, as well all other things that we're attached to. So again, you can think making offerings, things that you are very attached to, imagine and making those offerings. So again, it's a training your mind to let it go. At the moment we have strong clinging, grasping to so many things, so many objects, attachments, and holding very tightly. grasping, clinging to so many objects, including our own body, including our wealth, including our virtues. So in this training, in this practice of offerings, when you try to offer from your depth of the heart and learn to let it go, let to give it. And so then it's training your mind to not to hold too tightly, loosening up the grasping, loosening up the clinging, or clinging, learning to not be afraid of letting it go, learning not to be scared and fearful of giving and letting it go, those objects. And so therefore it becomes antidotes towards miserliness. The miserliness is that you don't want to let it go. You want to hold clinging, you are fearful of letting it go. You are scared of letting it go. And so again, it becomes that practice, when it's done correctly with it from your depth of your heart, then it becomes antidotes towards negative feeling of miserliness, greediness, attachments. Instead we learn to give, let it go without hesitation, without fear. Again, it's part of training your mind. Not only creating merit, but also is training your mind. So again, that is again, and then third one is the preliminary practice, is the confessions of purification. All the sins or negative karmas and offenses, that breaking the precepts and vows and so forth, Emerge from beginning of lifetime, I confess, So again, we try to recollect whatever negative karma, non-virtuous action that we might have created in this life through body, speech, and mind, If we can remember, we can recollect, we try to remember, we try to collect. Those which we cannot remember, recollect in this life and of the past, we try to generalize, generalize in a way all the negative karma that I've created, either through body, speech, and mind, either out of attachment, either out of anger, either out of ignorance, because those are the things that we, so whatever negative karma that I remember and those that I don't remember, but I truly understand they are negative, they are unhelpful, they are unwholesome. I acknowledge those mistakes as a mistake. I acknowledge those negative as a negative and regret it. Acknowledge, recognize, and regret, and confess, or, not hide, but, confess in terms of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas here in front of Mother Tara. I confess all without hiding. That's, and then, generating strong resolutions not to do it again in the futures. And then with that, going to refuge to the Mother Tara, So that is, and that one is, antidotes towards, all the delusions, Mm. And then fourth one is rejoicing, fourth practice is rejoicing. Here, I rejoice in all the virtues of actions of holy and ordinary beings. And again, you rejoice in the virtues of yourself. You rejoice in the virtues of yourself that you remember now. You can recollect all the virtues that we have done in this life. We rejoice in the virtues that we cannot recollect, but which we have done in the past. We rejoice in the virtues of the gurus. We rejoice in the virtues of the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhat, those who are on the Arhat, and then virtues of those ordinary beings. So in the King of Prayer, where they talk about rejoicing in the virtues of five, beings. So it's Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhat, and those ordinary beings, so those. And so, you try to rejoice again that all the virtues. Again, rejoicing is antidote towards, jealousy and envy. Jealousy is when you see someone's success, instead of being rejoicing, being happy with that, you feel uncomfortable. You feel it should happen to me. Why is not happening to me? When you see someone's fame, success, happiness, virtues, instead of feeling good and happy because someone is having that, instead you feel unhappy about that, a little bit kind of miserable. And that is because of your jealousy, because of your envy. As an antidote towards that kind of feeling of jealousy and envy, instead we learn to be happy. Instead we learn when you see someone's success, you try to feel happy, rejoice. When you see someone's happiness, you try to rejoice and feel good about that. When you see someone's virtues, even we cannot engage in the virtues, but you see someone's virtues, oh, wonderful, even though I'm unable to do, but this person is engaged in so much virtues. How wonderful. How wonderful. I rejoice. I'm good, very happy. So again, it's an antidote towards that miserless feelings, and it is a wonderful. Lama Tsongkhapa said, rejoicing is one of the most powerful way to create merit with little effort. Sometimes it's a little bit hard for our what do you call skeptical mind. Sometimes it's a little bit hard for our skeptical mind, but as Lama Tsongkhapa said, is a very powerful way to create merit without so much hardship easily. And in many of the teachings, on writing by the Maitreya and Chandrakirtis, and especially in Maitreyas, in ornament of clear realization, again, clear realization. In that it explained, in the part of rejoicing, and when you rejoice the virtues of someone, if the other person who is engaged in the virtues, is higher than yourself in terms of their realization, you receive by rejoicing half of that. If the person who is practicing and realization same, you by rejoicing, you create equal kind of merit. If the person who is engaged in the virtues, who is even less realization than you, by rejoicing their virtue, you get even more than them. Seems a little bit difficult and feel a little bit unfair. Almost like someone works so hard and then you rejoice and but if you learn to do, if you know the technique, if you learn how to do, that's what it is, And there is a stories of at the Buddha's time. There is a story of a king, inviting Buddha and his, brethren, all the, monks, followers, and offering meals, offering meals. And then the end of the offerings meals, Buddha asked the king to whom I should dedicate all these virtues and merit that through the offering of your meal to all of them, to whom and how to would I should dedicate. And the king he wanted to say dedicate for me, but he was a little embarrassed to say, he was a little embarrassed to say that if you can dedicate for me, so he tried to say it in a kind of, not directly, indirectly, saying, dedicate for whoever has created most merit. And he thought it was him because he was the benefactor, he was the sponsor, he offered. And the way he didn't say, let's dedicate for me, but he said, when he was asked, he said, let's dedicate for person whoever created the most merit. And when Buddha started dedicating, he dedicated for one old lady, very poor, kind of homeless or beggar. And king was surprised, and this maybe a little disappointed, and because while the king was inviting and offering the meals to that, the beggar, the old ladies, was rejoicing so much, wow, the king is able to invite all of them, make offerings, so wonderful, how wonderful. He has such a great fortune, and it's such wonderful for him to do. I wish in the future I might be also able to do. So she really, truly rejoiced from her heart. Whereas king has a little bit kind of pride, even though he offered it, there is some level of pride in his that. Whereas that lady was rejoicing truly from her heart, sincerely from her heart, really. And because of that, she created more merit than the king who made that offerings. And she, by rejoicing truly from her heart, she created more merit. And so because the king said, dedicate for the who had created most merit, so that's why Buddha dedicated for her, So again, that is one of the stories or reason why they say, you can create more merit even than the other person who was really engaged in the actions by truly rejoicing in that. And that is one. And so as Bevachung Sabe Yela Jesuit. So yeah, Laman Songkhapa mentioned, with little effort, with very little effort, one can create a lot of merit by rejoicing. And so that is, and then the next one is, requesting, that's the fifth one, requesting the gurus and the Buddhas to remain until the samsara ends. So, oh gurus and Buddhas, please remain until the samsara ends. Of course, from Buddha's side, they will, whether you request or not, they will always remain as long as one sentient being is left, one side samsara, and that is what they have dedicated. That is something they have generated when at the very beginning of the path, when they generated bodhicitta. That is what they generate that bodhicitta to liberate each and every sentient beings until each and every while they are on the path, 5 paths, 10 bhumis. That is what they have dedicated their life and continue to dedicate. And when you achieve enlightenment, that for that purpose, that is what you have achieved enlightenment. But from our side, we have to request to make that connections, karmic connections. is more for ourselves, from ourselves. It's not because if we don't request, the gurus and Buddha is not going to remain. And if we request, then they remain. But it's more of creating the cause and conditions from our side, so that we can continue to be under their guidance and spiritual guidance and care. And so that again, when you truly, sincerely do that practice from your heart, requesting, so then it is antidote towards negative thoughts towards your guru. If you have negative thoughts to your guru, you wouldn't request them to remain until samsara end. If you don't like someone, if you have negative thoughts, if you don't like someone, you will want them to get out of your sight as soon as possible. You don't want to see them. You want to be as distant as possible. Something you don't see, something you don't have to hear, something you don't want to think about it. But when you make requests to be spiritual guidance, to be under care and guidance, and to remain until samsara ends, that means you appreciate that means you are appreciative, you are grateful, thankful. You see the benefit. And so therefore that act as an antidote towards any negative feelings, negative thoughts that have towards the guru. So in terms of antidotes and of different negative thoughts. And in practice, there is, of course, when you see that tradition, practically, like when you do the long life pujas, ceremonies, at this time, when they do that, they offer the double dorjes, on top of normally on the throne, in front of throne, there is a double vasa things, and they offer that, and in your mind, you are visualizing this throne that's indestructible, so that it remains all the times. You symbolize that. Symbolize indestructible throne or seat where the gurus, the Buddhas remain as long as that. So since it's indestructible, because that is why the Vajra symbolize indestructible, and normally you have the double Vajra on that, and so it symbolizes the seat where they are sitting. That's indestructible because the seat is indestructible. So as long as seat is there, the guru remains as that. So it is in terms of, so also you visualize offering of that also when you do the practice. And the next one, the sixth one, and they turn the wheel of Dharma for sentient beings. And that is, is the antidote towards any negative thought about the Dharma in terms of antidotes. If you have, again, negative thoughts about the Dharma, you wouldn't request to teach the Dharma or turn the wheel of the Dharma. Turn the wheel of the Dharma means to teach. When you request someone to teach Dharma, that means you appreciate the Dharma. Otherwise, why would you request to teach? If you don't appreciate it, if you have a negative feelings, if you have a bad feeling, you will. So therefore, requesting to turn on the wheel of Dharma to teach is an antidote. When you do that from your heart, of course, sometimes you can ask teaching not necessarily from your heart. Sometimes it is possible, sometimes for different reasons, you can just be requesting. But when it's coming from your heart, then it means you truly appreciate the Dharma and you really want to learn more about it. You really want to study more about it. You really want to practice because you see the benefit, because you appreciate, and therefore that's why it becomes an antidote to that. And so again, also when we have the long life ceremony, then normally they offer this, the chakra, with a 1,000 spoken, even though it's not 1,000, at least it is symbolized. And that also symbolized after the enlightenment, when the Brahma and they asked for the Buddha for the first teaching, they offer that, and requested to teach and turn the wheel of Dharma. So again, in our mind also we do that. We can imagine offering that chakra to the Guru and then accepting your request. And then, and again, we do that again, even from the Buddha's side. After his enlightenment, Buddha didn't talk for 49 days, until he was requested. So it is also a tradition. Like that is why before teaching, we try to, a lot of time we do the request and prayer as well. And it also shows Buddha himself said not only he did that, he didn't teach until he was requested. Also, Buddha said in the Vinaya, do not teach until it has been requested. And unless there's very specific exceptional things, because you see, if you even they didn't request, if you teach, it will really benefit that person. It will really, then in those cases, you can read that person's mind, or you can see that in those cases, even it hasn't been requested, by sharing the knowledge, the wisdom, and it's going to benefit, and then that's okay. But otherwise, and again, I think it's not to impose, even though it's a helpful, beneficial, it's a knowledge, it's a wisdom, but it should be shared only when there's interest from the other side. You don't go and impose that your ideas, your view, your wisdom to others like that. And so again, Buddha himself discouraged, kind of trying to change other person's mind intentionally in order to change that person's and to convert in your own path. That was never encouraged. It was not really encouraged, it was discouraged in that, showing, you don't teach unless you are going to request it. I think I'm going to take all the questions later when I come, okay? I know a lot of people must have questions. And maybe after lunch might be better for questions when you feel a little bit more sleepy. After the food and the things. So I will take that questions, okay? Chanjo, Semjo, Rembo, Mage, Bana, Gekyo, Kewa, Nyamba, Meba, Kongle, Konto, Kewa. Thank you. So I will take the questions later. Thank you. Okay, bye. So welcome back everyone again. With the 7 limb practice this morning, I think I forgot the last one. Andrew reminded me. Thank you. So last one is the from 7 limb is the dedications. Where here it says, all my virtues and those of all others I dedicate to the great enlightenment. Also, dedication is a way of saving or protecting your virtues as well as multiplying it. And so it is mentioned that if we dedicate our virtues for enlightenment and for all sentient beings, then the result that we experience from such virtues will be inexhaustible. It's like putting one drop of water into the oceans. When you put one drop of the water in the ocean, as long as the ocean is there, the part of drop of water will be there. So therefore, when you don't dedicate, if it is just one drop of water, if you don't put it into the ocean, then you put somewhere and it's finished. It's done. But when you put that one drop of water in the ocean, then that water is still there. Part of that water is still as long as the ocean is there. And so it's explained similar like that. When you dedicate just for yourself or not dedicate, then you experience the result of that virtues one time and then it's done. You experience it. But when you dedicate for all sentient beings, then the virtues multiply as number as sentient beings, which means limitless, countless. Enlightenment. When you dedicate enlightenment, then you experience until you achieve enlightenment. And so Deva Shandeva explained, he gave an example of 2 plants. The virtue that is not being dedicated in such way is like the banana plant. Once you grow one stem, then next year it doesn't grow anymore. It has to be a different stem. You only get banana, the fruit from one stem only one time. Whereas other fruits, I don't know what you call, like which grow yearly, which give yearly for how many. And the virtues that are dedicated to enlightenment and all sentiments like that, that you continue to get the fruit every year. So in that way is way of expanding, multiplying your virtue. Secondly, is a way of protecting your virtues, because your virtues or positive karma or merit can be destroyed by negative energies such as anger and wrong views. Even we have created virtues and positive karma merit with a lot of effort, but those can be destroyed, damaged and destroyed by anger and wrong views. But when you dedicate in that way, it cannot destroy completely, you know. It can affect a little bit, it can damage a little bit, but it cannot destroy completely. So again, it's a way of protecting your virtues, your merit from being destroyed completely. Mm. So in that way, then sometimes it's said it is almost like antidote towards the anger and wrong view, because it protects from being destroyed by them. So with those 7 limbs, you know, frustrations and confessions are part of purifications, you know. And then in terms of accumulating merit, you know, offerings, rejoicings, you know, then turning the wheel of Dharma to requesting to remain until the samsara ends. So those are part of accumulating merit, creating the conducive conditions. And then the last one, dedication, is where multiplying the virtues. So that is kind of related to 7 limb. And all the different preliminary practices are kind of related from this 7 limb practice extensions. You know, some of them, some preliminary practices is part of the prostration, some of them part of the offerings, some of them the confession, the purifications, you know, so different preliminary practices, you know, you find in all different Tibetan Buddhist lineage, all different traditions, they very much emphasize those preliminary practices of, you know, and so they are part of, you know, some of them as purification, some of them accumulation of merit, expansion of 7 limb practice. Then I think I'm going to, okay. Then there's mandala offerings, and there's long mandala offerings, short mandala offerings. Even within the long mandala offering, there are different versions, you know, 37 hips, which normally we do. Then there is 25 hips, 23 hips, you know. And then the short one, or what we call known as 7 hips mandala offerings. So those, whether it's 37 hip or you know, 25, 23, or 7 hips, each of those hips represent different objects. Basically, that is what it is. And each of those different hips that you put in the mandala set, you know, with 3 rings, 4 rings, you know, each of those represent different objects. And whatever, how many ever hips do, when you actually practice, you visualize all the objects are there. Even though you are doing just 7 hips, but in mind, when you visualize all 37 is there, you know. Even you cannot remember each one by one, but you think that all of them there. Because when you have 7 hips, you know, it's like the Mount Meru in the center and 4 continents and the sun and the moon, that's the 7 hips. So because you offer the continent, 4 continents, then each of continent are 2 subcontinents. So subcontinent are part of the continent. So it is by offering the continent, you offer the subcontinent. And then other 4 hip are special, what do you call the special special wealth of individuals, individual continent, and they are also offered there. And then there are 7 precious and then Vas, so 8, and then there are 7 other goddess, 8 goddesses with the different offerings, and the sun and the moon, and then what we call Victory banner and the umbrella. So with that, so that is basically. And again, we don't have time to do it, and we don't need. But if someone is interested, you can always find more. You can go in the FMT, and there's teaching on Lama Sabar Rinpoche, how each of those offerings, what they symbolize, and what qualities, and all of that. In Vajrayana practice, a lot of things are very symbolic, symbolizing different whatever, A lot of time is not only just the external object that we are offering, it symbolizes internal qualities. Like in Lama Chopa, in the Guru Pujas, there's a lot of offering. It's your inner practices, such as 3 higher trainings and other practices, but kind of manifesting different external offerings. And so when you make offerings, even though externally it look different external objects, but it is more your internal practice, your internal realization manifesting that, So there's a lot of those. There's external offering, as well as those external offering also represent the internal offerings that we through our practices. And mandala offering is again, you see, in many practices, the mandala offerings there, and again, it is very powerful way to accumulate merit. Powerful way to accumulate merit. And again, in Buddhism, of course, if you have, you can offer, but if you don't have, still you can accumulate merit, and you can still perfect the practice of generosity, and that you practice through your mind, through such visualization and other practices. Someone like Milereva, who had nothing, who lived in mountain with just one ball in terms of belonging, not even robe to change, just worn out robe. And what he carried is one ball to cook, eat, whatever, eating from the wild. He has nothing to offer, but he perfected the practice of generosity. So if he had nothing to offer, and if he didn't give anything physical or anything to others, how can he perfect the practice of generosity? How did he perfected the practice of accumulating the merit? And it's through this, in training your mind, generosity is the mind. You train mind to be able to give without any hesitation. If you don't have, but in terms of your mind, you have trained that if you have something, you wouldn't have any hesitation to give. So you have perfected that mind, and then mentally you offer and give a lot of things, and such as with the offering, as it says, actual imagine, and that kind of imagining offerings you give, and then here mandala offerings, another offering the whole universe. And when you offer the whole universe, of course you are part of that universe, you are within the universe, so that means you offer yourself and your own, again, wealth, whatever you and your virtues, all of them are also included there, and so through such practice, again, with them, there is a called practice of the Samanabhadra offerings. And Samanabhadra, Bodhisattva Samanabhadra is known for his incredible offerings. And what it means is whether we make any of the 7 offerings, normally we have 7 water balls, and that symbolizes 7 different offerings, washing water, drinking water, flowers, incense, light, perfume, and food. And sometimes there's 8 in that is symbol, it represent the music, and normally when you do the ceremony, the music, because they play the music, so they don't kind of arrange there. So normally it's 7, but sometimes people do 8, sometimes 7. So basically those are the different offerings, again, so whether you are offering each of those offerings or whether you are offering mandala offerings, some of other offerings is like, it says with 1 jewel, then it manifests 2 jewel. From 2 jewel, it manifests 4. For 4, then 8, 16, and it keeps on multiplying, starting with 1, and then fill the whole space with that offerings. So that is what the Samanvadra offers. So also with the mandala, even though we might be, whether we have the mandala set itself or whether we use our gesture, this one again, the middle one represents the Mount Meru, and this 4 on the side represent the continent, So again, this is the mudra of mandala offering. Again, the middle one symbolizes the center of the universe, the Mount Meru, and then the 4 continents with that. So again, even though whether we are offering the actual mandala set or whether we are doing with our gesture mudras, or whether even you don't do it, in your mind you create. Sometimes you see in the ceremony, sometimes they hold a bell, Dogen bell, because that also symbolizes like the Mount Meru, that. So basically, those are just tools, So basically, in your mind, you imagine and visualize the whole universe and making an offering of that. And so again, from 1 mandala, it multiplies into 2, and 2 multiplied into 4, 8, 16, 34, and then it keep on expanding, and the whole space would fill with that whole mandala universe and making all of them offerings. To each Buddha, as it said in King of the Prayers at the very beginning, you imagine in each of the atoms, all the Buddhas in each of the atoms. And then, of course, numberless atoms there. And within each of those atoms, there's all the numberless Buddhas in that. And then offering to all of them as equal as them. Those are, again, just kind of imaginations and being creative in your mind, creative in imagination and visualizations. So I think in Tantra practice, you need a lot of imaginations, creative in your mind. A lot of those visualizations are that. And so, I was sharing stories, like it is mentioned the great Atisha, even at very old age, he used to make mandala offering all the time, because he see the importance and benefit of that. And I was explaining, one time Domjamba, the spiritual son of the Adisha, he was going around to see the other monks, quarters, in Reading Monastery. Reading Monastery, the monastery that was established by Domjamba, first Katamba monasteries. And then I forgot exactly the name of one of the Katamba master, Geshes, when Domdemba went in him to see what he was doing, and he saw that mandala set was there, but kind of a little dusty. And so when it's dusty, it means probably you have not used a little bit, So Domdemba made a comment, how come you have not used the mandala? It seems dusty, it seems like you have not been using. And he said, well, I've been distracted by meditations. Think he has been meditating, and that he didn't have kind of time or, and then Domdemba made this comment, do you think, your meditation better than Adisha's meditations? Our teacher, Adisha's meditations, do you think that is better than Adisha's meditation, or that Aditya didn't know how to meditate? The point he was making is Adisha also meditate. He also meditate. While he meditates, still he doesn't forget to do his mandala offering every day because he sees the importance of that. And so it's kind of reminder of that. And then the other master got it, and then he said, since then he never missed the practice of offering mandala. So again, yeah. And like someone like His Holiness Dalai Lama, in our time, he's the most enlightened beings, in our times, and even he does a lot of mandala offerings. Probably you might have seen his sort of image of him making offerings. There's a documentary on His Holiness, what he does from morning to evening, I think it was by BBC or someone. I forgot exactly. It might have been BBC or someone, who follow him from morning to evening, what he does. And in that, you can see, the mandala practice was one of those that he integrated in his everyday practices, together with all the other meditation he does. So again, these are the example for us. Someone who is most enlightened in their practice. Of course, we who are at the very beginning and need more merit, we need to practice too, And so again, whether you have the set or not, but making the offering in that. So that is the mandala offerings. So this ground anointed with perfume, stone and flower, So again, you visualize the the ground of the whole universe, It's not just dusty, but like anointed with the perfume, smells good, and then flowers all over. In the center of that universe, adorned the Mount Meru. That is the center of the universe. And then 4 continents or 4 directions, So in terms of 4 directions, it starts with the east, and east, there is 2 ways of starting, sometime from your side, sometime the other side, where you offer. If you are offering to accumulate merit, then east start from the other side, from this side, towards the objects of this is mandala offering. When you make the hips, of course, the center, Mount Meru, 1 hip, and then from east, you from here, then that would be what, if you go clockwise, shell flow, south, yeah, south, west, north, like that, But if you do the mandala offering to receive realization, sometimes, sometimes it's to accumulate merit, sometimes it's more to do to receive the realizations. Then the east start from here, from your side, here and there and there. So east, south, west, north, you know. So anyway, and the sun is always your left side, and moon is your right side. Sun and moon, in terms of seven, and that is why there were seven hips. When you do a lot of mandala offering as a preliminary, then mostly you do 7 hips. You know. So that is 4 continents, the sun and the moon. I imagine this as Buddha field and offer is. So not only you offer the this universe, but also you try to see and transform this universe not as an ordinary universe, but as like a pure land, Buddha field. The ordinary universe has been transformed into this, Buddha field of pure land, and then you offer it, May all living beings enjoy this pure land, by offering this to the holy objects, the Buddha Dhamma Sangha, especially here the Arya, Mother Arya Tara, by offering this, then may each and every sentient beings enjoy this pure land by creating the cause and conditions for them to enjoy that in the future, And then this is the offering inner mandala, outer mandala, inner mandala, and sometimes in Vajrayana there are secret mandalas as well, And the inner mandala is the object of my attachment, aversion, and ignorance. So the object of my attachment is friends, the object of my aversion, the enemies, the object of my ignorance is the strangers, so friends, enemies, and strangers, and then my bodies, my wealth, and my enjoyment, which are also object of my attachments. And you can also think every object that you are attached to, Without any sense of loss, I offer these collections. So then we offer without any sense of loss, without any clinging, grasping, without any hesitations, with totally open mind, without any hesitation, without any clinging, grasping, you make offers. Please accept its pleasure, and then, make offering, and then from your heart, please accept it with a pleasure, and bless me with the freedom from the 3 poisons, and for 3 poisons, attachments, anger, and ignorance. And please bless me. So again, we make offerings. Again, while we make that offering, we can visualize again, like Samabhadra, in endless mandalas and making offering. And you visualize the objects here, Aryatara, delightfully accept, and they accept not because they need the offerings, that they are more happy if they are offering, and if we don't offering, they become disappointed or unhappy. From their side, there is nothing like that. As it is said, for the Buddha, someone praising him from one side, another criticizing from another side, his compassion is equal, regardless. There's no any differences in his compassion for them. Someone trying to harm him, hurt him, and someone trying to make him offerings. His compassion is equal. There's no differences. From the Buddha side, so therefore, of course, but then all this making offerings and then visualizing them being pleased, and is more to do with our mind, more to do with our mind, When you offer something to someone, when they are happy, you feel happy. Your offering is not appreciated, even you give from your heart. when you're offering people, the other person doesn't appreciate that, you feel disappointed, unhappy, isn't it? I gave the offering heart, but he or she didn't appreciate it, maybe he or she didn't like it. But when you offer and when they like it, it makes you happy. And so through that, so it's more to our mind. So when we offer, we visualize them, being pleased and accepting, and that also help our minds. And also, we visualize generating great bliss, and by experiencing whatever offering in the generating great bliss and awareness in their heart, again, is more to do ourselves. Because for them, they don't need to develop, they already develop more whatever is needed. There's nothing to be developed more. There's nothing, but again, it's for our mind, that we visualize and think that way, imagine in that way, and imagine that they accept, to give us the opportunity. From their side, they don't need it, but they give the opportunity for us to create the merit, and by accepting that. And then, Idam Guru Rana Mandala Taya mean, so it is, I offer this precious mandala, to the Idam Dedi and the Guru, So Ratna Mandala, Ratna means precious mandala. So it's like I make this precious mandala offering to the Dedi, Guru Dedis, from my heart. And accept it. So that is up to the mandala offering. So I can take some questions. Yes, please, because also this morning I didn't open for questions. And also sometimes the question time will be this time when after lunch, your body is feeling heavy and your mind. So yeah, please.
Thank you, Geshe Sherab, for these explanations. I have a question related to the settling prayer and the rejoicing about others' virtuous action. Your explanation also made me think about those real life situations in which maybe, you have a good friend that comes to you and is so happy and he wants to share a good news with you, right? And maybe he tells you, "Oh, Mattia, I'm so happy, I bought this amazing big apartment," right? And then, my question is, so what could be a skillful way to behave or react in the situation? Because of course you're happy for him, but at the same time, maybe you don't want to fuel his attachment or pride, right? So in a more mundane sense, how can we react?
Well, I think first is rejoicing and feeling happy for him. You are very happy for him. That is the one part that in terms of feelings, instead of feeling jealous, that you are happy for him, that he is able to get what he wanted and make him happy, So you support and happy for that. In terms of actions, whether what to say, what not to say, then that is different. That can be, I don't know. Everyone has to find a way to support and feel supported, but not wanting to increase too much of attachments, But again, sometimes is more to work our mind important. As long as we don't allow ourselves to be jealous with that and in there, but instead rejoice that. And then, dealing with their own attachment, pride, then is something they have to deal with. You don't want to definitely contribute so much towards that. But at the same time, sometimes there's also nothing much we can do about it, unless from their side they they ask for help, or they are kind of open for help, to kind of. So yeah.
Thank you.
So I don't have much more than that to share. Sorry. Yes, please.
A list of questions, but can we just ask?
Okay.
Thank you, Geshe.
Yeah.
So my question is, with this practice, that can I do the visualization for others? With the Green Tara practice, sometimes with medicine, would I do the visualization for others?
Yes.
Is it
Yeah, you can visualize them around you, or you can visualize at your heart on the moon. You can visualize that being and all sentient. You can visualize actually sentient being in your heart. Sometimes it's more easy to do cleansing, purifying, blessings, because it's closer. It seems easy than kind of being spread out. But again, yeah, sometimes there is so either you visualize around you or in your heart at the mundis, and then you can do the same thing. Yeah.
Thank you. My next question is about when at the end we visualize that everywhere there are green taras, and then we send offerings and come back. Maybe do also with other deity practice like medicine Buddha.
Yeah, you can expand all the practice we did here. You can apply that to all other Buddhas. All other Buddhas. Different Buddhas, but normally, except for a few different emphasizes, all of them have similar, the practice. So you can do that, yeah.
Thank you. And I will ask my last question, then I will leave. If there are still time, I will ask my next. So my last question is about the preliminary practices. I've heard that, so I'm doing these practices for a few years, always at home, I'm counting this, that, and it is recommended to do, as I understand, always at the same place. But sometimes I was thinking to come here or somewhere for the weekend. So is it okay or not okay? Or is it still better to do it than always at the same place? And why?
Traditionally, they try to do it in the same place, same cushions. That is what is. Even in some practice, may I be able to actualize the realization in the same place, same cushions. It's a sign of showing a determination. It's like the Buddha himself made this determination. I will not move from this seat until I achieve enlightenment. So there is some kind of, and I think, so that is more kind of traditionally how it's done. They try to finish at least each of those different preliminary at same places. And because normally they try to finish within the time period, how many years they take it, just focus on that practice. But of course, in modern time, people doesn't have that much of time, and people are moving all the time for job and everything, and so when you move other places, then there's a disruptions. So I think because of that, most of the teachers, including Lama Zopa Rinpoche, I think have said it's okay to kind of, even when you move around, continue to the practice. It doesn't have to be one place, same thing. So that is what I've heard from some other students, Rinpoche's advice. And I also have seen some other lamas, because practically for some students it become very difficult, because people move so much nowadays for job and different things. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Geshe, there is a question online
Okay.
by Brenda.
Okay. Coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Geshe. I'm learning so much this weekend. Thank you. I may be, just as a sort of disclaimer, I may be overthinking or oversimplifying in this question, but it's about the confession line in the Seven Limb Prayer.
Mhm.
The version that I'm most familiar with is the beginning of the King of Prayers.
Mhm.
And the line on the sort of the crucial line, as it were, on confession is, all these I openly lay bare before you. But to me, that doesn't seem to include regret or resolve. It's just saying, I did this,
Mhm.
which I understand is an important first step, recognize the fault to be a fault.
Mhm.
But it doesn't say, and I'm really sorry and I will never do it again.
Mhm.
Am I being too literal?
Yeah, some of those, that is why we need commentaries. Because some of those, literally, they don't include everything. And a lot of things are kind of hidden, a lot of practice in many things. They might not be literally in that, but that is supposed to be part of that, the regret and resolutions, those are part that we should integrate and bring that into that.
I usually stop at that point and add my own inventions of regret and resolve. Is that?
Yeah, that is wonderful. Yeah,
Okay.
that is how to be more powerful and more effective. That then, yeah, if we integrate that, then it will be more powerful and effective. So if what you did is just fine and good, should be that way. Yeah.
Thank you. And while I have your attention, may I ask you one more question?
Yes,
That
please.
is a bit cheeky, 2 for the price of 1. About Tara iconography, why is she so often represented with having naked breasts?
I think that is to represent, I think, blissfulness. I think there's Mother Tantara and Father Tantaras, and it might be, there's something about that, but I'm not being able to recollect exactly now why it is represented that way. But again, sometimes it's also, artistic also, it depends also on the artist. You don't always see that, but in some art you do see like more naked and less cover, and in some you see more covers. But there is something to do with the kind of blissfulness of that, but I cannot recall it exactly how that was. So unfortunately, I cannot remember and recollect that what I've seen somewhere in some commentary about related to that, but I cannot recollect now. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No, not at all. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a beginner's question about the rejoicing. If it's so powerful, I often feel jealous, and if the friend buys a nice apartment, I would probably think, oh wow, I would like to have that too, something like this. So do you have some practical advice if I have these not so nice emotions, how I can change that in everyday life?
Well, I think first is being alert and mindful. With mindfulness, then we are able to recognize, oh, I was jealous. So that is the first step. A lot of time we are not even aware that we are jealous or angry or we are disappointed or upset, and whatever different emotions, feeling that we might be experiencing, going through. a lot of time we are not even aware for a long time. And sometimes we are aware, but much more later. So I think with that kind of, introspection and the mindfulness, trying to be aware and then recognizing, oh, that is what jealousy is arising. And then once you recognize it, then we recognize, that is not so helpful and healthy feelings. And by with that recognizing, instead then we put effort to, even it doesn't come naturally at the very beginning. We put effort to feel good for them, happy for them, and then sending the, prayers or feelings, may you be happy, I'm happy for you, So even though it might not come naturally, but we put effort to transform into that. And slowly, as our mind get more used to that, then it can come more and more naturally. And I think that is part of, with all practice, many of practices that at the very beginning, we don't feel even bodhicitta mind. It doesn't come naturally. You have to meditate, you have to contemplate. And when you meditate, contemplate, you start to feel a little bit. But when you don't meditate, contemplate, you don't feel it. When you put effort, you try to feel a little bit. But again, when you keep on doing that, then slowly, it requires less and less effort. Slowly, you are able to feel more and more. And you reach a point where it becomes spontaneous and effortless and natural. And that is what we call the realizations. When you have the realizations of bodhicitta or renunciation, whatever, then you have those feelings naturally, effortlessly, all the time. But to reach there, we need to start with where it requires effort, a conscious effort. And so I think once we recognize that, and then, we try to, and sometimes it might be a little bit more difficult. Sometimes we might be able to transform it with the effort. Sometimes still the mind might be a little bit resistant to it because, but again, if you keep on doing, then slowly, your mind become more flexible and then to be able to have less resistance and to be able to mold the mind into the way you want, your mind at the moment, we want to be rejoicing and not jealousy. But the mind is, even you try to rejoice and not be jealousy, the mind resists, And so we have to learn to mold it in a way that we want. And slowly, when we do more and more, then the mind become more flexible and less resistant. And then you are able to mold the mind in a way that you want, and then to be able to go in that way. Did it answer your questions, or maybe you are looking for something else?
I understand it theoretically, but is there anything that I could think that would help me to change the mind? Could I, for example, think that the person has Buddha nature or something like that to help me not feel the jealousy?
I don't know whether that will kind of, by seeing, not feeling jealousy, by seeing Buddha nature, that will help you to reduce the jealousies. One way of, if you want to do, one way is to see, disadvantage of that object that you are jealous of. If someone is buying bigger house and you are jealous of that, you say, oh, having a bigger house is not better. It can be worse. It can be more complicating. It can make your life more complicating and make you more busy, trying to maintain it. And when you go wrong, more expenses and more worry and more. So when you're trying to, whatever you are jealous is because we're attached to that object. If someone has not attached to that object, we will not be jealous of that. So jealousy comes because of the attachment. So then we have to deal with certain things that you don't have so much attached. And not to have attachment, you have to think disadvantage or shortcoming on the fault of having that object more than thinking how good it is.
Thank you.
So yeah, it can be anything. I was, like when we had the attachment to certain things, objects, whatever the external, internal objects, we're attached because we see something positive quality in that, and the more positive qualities, something useful, good quality, something, the more you are attached to it, the more you want to have that. And so because you want to have so much, when someone has that, you feel jealousy because this is what I want, and so that comes. But again, all these objects, not always, like everything, it has pro and con, it has advantage and disadvantage. Is how which side you focus your mind. There's a good side having a home or, owning a house, and there's good side not owning a house. I know some friends who are free from all this worry because they don't own a house. They rent it. Things go wrong. The not tenants, landlord fix it, so they don't have to worry anything, fearful about something, all the expenses, everything, and they feel much relaxed and much more, and that is an advantage to some degree. So there is advantage and disadvantage in everything. And when you focus just on the advantage or the good side, then you get attached. But so in order to have less attachment, you also focus on disadvantage and the fault of having it. It's not like all white. There is also gray side. There's also black side. There's all of that. The more you understand it, maybe your attachment is not strong as before. The more you understand the disadvantage of that. And so when you have less attachment, then your jealousy becomes less, because it comes from the attachment that we ourselves wanted to have those things. Yes, please.
Geshe, thank you. Can you explain about the essence of a mandala offering? But I'm still not sure exactly what is the essence. Like, is it mostly about practicing of generosity, like in the second limb of making offerings?
Yeah, it's part of offerings. Yeah, it's part of offering, but it's a offering of grant, the whole universe. In the second offerings, we offer small different offerings. Like in the offering sessions, you practice offering of those 7 different type of offering, 8 different type of offerings. Like offering of like 8 auspicious signs or 8 auspicious substances. The offering of the 7 precious, different precious things that some of them are mythical, offerings, but when we offer the mantala, then it's like, it goes much more bigger, it offers the whole universe and everything that is in the whole universe. So it becomes in your mind, in your imaginations, and in your practice, in your mind, it becomes much more grand, much bigger. And so the more bigger, extensive you offer, the more accumulate merit yourself, and also is so, and it which include also as yes, it's your own body, your own wealth, your own virtues, so again, it's kind of is a part of the offering like the second, but it's more kind of extensive, more grand, more extensive. And so it's a training your mind to let it go, not being attached, and let it go. not to hold and cling and grasp, instead learning to let it go. So yeah, that is the essence.
And then when you say that the universe includes yourself and your possessions and your body,
Yeah.
do you like explicitly think about it? Like I'm offering, or do you think generally I'm offering this entire universe? Or do you think I'm offering the entire universe and this also includes that and that and that?
Yeah, I think you can do when you offer general is included, but I think if we think specifically, it can be more helpful. While we think general, the whole universe, but at the same time, more specifically, my own body, my mind, which is included when you actually offer the universe. But even specifically, kind of think that way can be more powerful, more stronger in terms of letting go of grasping and clinging to our own body, wealth, and virtues. Yeah.
So you think of emptiness meanwhile?
Yeah, you can apply if you can see the emptiness of whole mandala yourself. Of course, it's better. You can bring the emptiness everywhere. If you can bring, you can bring emptiness at a purification. You can bring emptiness at the offering. You can bring emptiness or prostration. You can bring emptiness or rejoicing. All practice. If you can bring it, then bodhicitta and emptiness, you can integrate with every practice you do if you can. Yeah.
Can we have a wish to have a glimpse of renunciation for that too?
Which one?
Thing with the mandala, I mean, to be able to
Uh-huh.
think of us as your universe, I mean,
Yeah, it's
to my body and to offer to all being, I don't know.
Yeah, it is, of course, when you learn to let it go and not to be attached, then it is a training to develop more renounced mind, not being attached to any samsaric excellent. Yeah.
What I understood before the break, that was to make requests for me is a way also to have the wish to attain something, to get renunciation, and to have the wish to understand or to know something, that I make request to my guru.
Request, okay.
I understand it also in the way that that's my wish to know that, to understand, to get realization of that. I don't know if you understand what I mean. To make request to my guru also in that way, because I have the wish to.
Wish to what?
But to know something,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I make request to receive the teaching directly when degree. I don't know, but yeah, that's how I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Not only from a center to ask for a kind of teaching, but also for myself at home to receive that in a way through a book or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you understood what I mean. That I need to have this wish.
Yeah, you need.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
otherwise it's only intellectual stuff. Just. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. We need the wish for sure. Yeah.
Geshe, are there any question online?
Yeah. Anyone else has questions?
Tashidele Geshe-la.
Tashidele.
I have a question for people who are in Nyingmapa. For example, you said that this practice applies to all the Buddhas, right? Mostly, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about Guru Rinpoche?
Same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Geshe.
It's my pleasure. Yes, please.
Shalom, my question has to do with what is the practice of Tantra with a consort, and how does it relate, or what are the parallel between the practice of Tantra with a consort and the practice of Tantra we did with Green Tara?
Mm-hmm. Well, when there is an image of Buddha or Dedu in consort, then it is always mean high Shiva Tantra. In lower Tantra, there's no consort. So when you see any image of the Buddhas with consort, it always means that deity or that practice is related with high Shiva Tantra. And of course, you know, in highest yoga tantra, when someone has really reached that point, then concert is used to kind of open the chakras. It's a means to open the chakras, you know. And for that, you know, a lot of condition needs, you know. Not only you need the common path, renunciation, bodhicitta, emptiness. Otherwise, you might be creating more negative karma to be born in lower ranks than actually leading to enlightenment, you know, by misusing it. And and also, you know, after you have that, then, you know, also someone has to perfect the practice of, because using the concert in practice is in completion stages. And before completion stage, one has to perfect the generation stage. And in generation stages, one have to perfect with such a incredible concentration in visualization concentration that someone can visualize the whole mandala in that small dot. Of course, there is many other practice involved to reach that point. And so someone has to complete, even in generation stage, there are quite different level of generation stage. One go to different level of generation stage. In generation stages, it is more, of course, there is visualization of the mandala and the deity and all of that. But also there is also part of practice of what we call taking the three, the dead, parto, and the birth into the three path of, you know, Dharmakaya, Sambhavakaya, Nirmanakaya. And so there is practice, again, dissolving emptiness from emptiness, the wish to be benefit and arising in the Sambhavakaya. And then again, wish to be more beneficial sentient being who doesn't have access to Sambhavakaya, then manifesting in Nirmanakaya. There's all practice part of that. And so when one has perfected all this practice, and as I mentioned, visualizations is so strong, clear that someone can visualize a whole mandala in a small dot with clarity and all of that. And so one has to have all these foundations. And then on top of that, also through training with your, you know, energies, you know, that you have the energy to kind of, you know, you have total control over your energies, that you can release the energy and you can actually withdraw the energy back. One has to have all these abilities before they can actually really use consort. And not only use consort, the consort has to be equally qualified. Both has to be equally qualified. In that cases, then it becomes a way of helping to open the chakras, and it helps both of them, you know, in that. And so that is only in such situations. The problem with that is a lot of time this has been misused, and it has damaged the individual as well as the Dharma itself, bringing bad reputations or misunderstanding of that, because they just use it just for ordinary desire instead of really in the path, because they have not reached that qualification. They have not reached that. They have not had all the training and qualification, correct qualification, and so yeah. But that is what. So those are the highest yoga tantra practice, and especially when you for that, then it is only when someone has reached completion stages that one is able to engage in such practice. Yeah.
Thank you. Michelle, there is a question online.
Yes, please.
It's a follow-up question to the earlier one.
Yes, please.
If I ever reach that highest Yoga Tantra stage, do I have to use a consort, or can I still do this practice and reach enlightenment without having to do that if I don't want to? You see what I mean? As in,
Yeah, yeah.
not everybody might be as comfortable with the same thing than other people, maybe.
As far as I understand, when someone reach really that stages, and the other partner is also in that qualification, the same qualifications, then I don't think there is any also reason not to feel. I don't think there will be reason to. There wouldn't be a real reason to feel uncomfortable. So I think when we reach that point, then when we are not that stages, then we can feel uncomfortable, and it's good. It's good that to feel uncomfortable and not to engage in something which is not appropriate and which is not healthy for yourself, for the other persons, not healthy for the Dharma itself, and all of that, because it is very much misused in the past and sometimes even now, and so but when someone really reaches that point, then that would be totally different, and so according to my understanding, then eventually, you do rely on the concept to really open the chakras. The other things is that one of the things they say is during the death, because the whole natural death process, naturally it's open. The chakras get open and have access to the clear light death because all the growth and they're all kind of dissolved. And so in that cases, if someone can use that, then it is possible in that cases maybe, so otherwise, yeah. So I think when we go through the whole natural death process, even though we all go through the process of dissolving the growth mind and more subtle mind, and then go through the clear light mind and the most subtle clear light mind, but normally we are unable to use it. We are not even, most people are not even aware of that. Just like in every day, we have so many different thoughts and we are not even aware what thought is going in our mind. We only remember selective, we are aware of selective thoughts, selective feelings. But each moment we are going through so many different thoughts, feelings, and we are not even aware of that. Similarly, even though we go through that process, we are not aware, forget about being able to use it. And that is why some meditators, advanced meditators, try to train now to be able to be, aware at that moment, and not to be aware of that moment, to be able to use it in that moment for meditation. And if one can do in that point, then it can be maybe possible. But I'm not 100% sure. And the reason is, and I say it's possible because it's mentioned, Lama Tsongkhapa have reached that point, but he, being a monk, he didn't want to have, that because that could lead a bad example, even though he is qualified, have reached that point, but people, they just need excuse, and so he never did that. And so he said he achieved enlightenment in Pardo stage, after he passed away, so again, because sometimes we can easily, because the high practitioners, they have this incredible practice and they are able to transform so many things, ordinary things in something special, something non-ordinary. Even like, let's say, Milarepa, Guru Rinpoche, and all others, to be able to transform the wines or chang into a nectars, and then use it for the practice to increase, including with the energy of the meat, to be able to use it something positive by being able to transform. But we cannot pretend we are in that position and we misuse it because they have done that, because they have different power to transform it. We don't have the same power to transform it, and same way sometimes that can be where, oh, my teacher did that. So it should be okay for me. Do we get it? But we don't understand what realization my teacher is. That one, we totally ignore that. My teachers might have done it because they have certain higher realization. They are able to transform something into something else. And you don't have the same ability to do that. And so therefore, just because my teacher is, I can't just do that way. But sometimes we can, for us, sometimes it can be an excuse for us, for that. And so anyway, it became a little bit kind of long, but yeah, that is okay. I think there seems to be more.
Yes, Geshe.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you for answering this beautiful question. Actually, for people who have actually almost finished Monroe practices or preliminary practices, so you do train in Bado Tagore. It says that actually you can train to come out of your physical body and try to recreate the death process with the elimination of the, for example, earth, fire, water, air, etc., until you reach the central channel where normally the knot dissolves. And so is this school specific, like Nyingmapa, Shakyapa, Gelugpa, or whatever? Because in my practice with my Lama, Guru Lama, Root Guru, sorry, then we are practicing this actually. Okay, my background is that I'm a former Theravada monk for 20 years. Then I stopped because I couldn't find the answers that I was looking for in Abhidharma and Tantra, schooling or Theravada. So I passed to Mahayana and Vajrayana. Now I have Bodhisattva vows, but I cannot ordain again, but I do have some practice. And this I discovered with my Root Lama on this teaching specifically, because this is part of the preliminaries, really. So what do you think? Is my way of thinking wrong about that?
What was it? Can you repeat that?
So I was saying that, okay, because you said that, okay, not everyone is able even to achieve Ngondro practice. That means the preliminaries.
Yeah.
So once you reach the preliminaries and you pass on to higher teaching, and you commented about inner, outer, and secret. So in Nyingmapa school, of course, you have that and Dzogchen, obviously. And so is it school specific? That means the stance about these teachings. For example, I was in Dharamsala with His Holiness for a while. And then we talked about this. So say, Gelugpa have a way of doing things. It's almost similar, everything. But there is specific stances in Nyingmapa, which are a little bit different, I will say. So is it school specific? The comments that you made that, not everyone can reach that state and so on. And when they, all the elements dissolve and you go and you face the different lights and different deities and so on and so forth, people don't know what's going on, mostly.
Mm-hmm. So I still didn't get the question.
The question is it school or is it specific to Gelug, Kagyu or Shakya or Nyingmapa specific? The comment that you made that, most people will never realize, this state to be able to actually know what is happening when you pass the other side.
No, I'm not saying it's not possible. I say to engage, to reach that point.
Yes.
The person, both the practitioners and the consort, the partner has to have equal qualifications
Correct.
And all these requirements that you need to have. Without
Correct.
all this requirement, engagement can be very dangerous.
Of course. But do you think that a lay practitioner that has bodhisattva vows, not an ordained lama, is also able to achieve this?
Yes, anyone. It doesn't have to be a monk.
Then it's okay. That answers my question.
Yeah, definitely. And it doesn't have to
Really
be.
say, Geshe-la.
Yeah. No, you know.
Okay.
Marva was not a monk. Milarepa was not a monk.
Correct.
Even Naropa was not a monk. He was monk in the beginning, but not later. Telovas, you know.
Right.
Guru Rinpoche, all, you know. Domdepa, you know, all of them were highly realized being who were not a monk. So,
Right.
yeah.
Thank you much.
Is there any questions? Is there a written there?
No.
Okay. Yes, please. Yes. No, don't feel bad. Yeah.
Okay, so I have more, but okay, but so you told that we should not, or we not, I don't teach, but you know, you don't say anything if it is not asked, kind of, you don't teach if it is not asked. But with my family, whatever, husband, the kids, and everybody, I'm so. I feel, you know, I feel that I have to ask them, or I even ask my 7 years old father, and still living, to recite the medicine Buddha mantra, and he was reciting it, and so I feel bad if I don't try to give this small knowledge which I have, you know. Is it okay or not okay? So I'm sorry to.
Yeah. No, your motivation not to convert them. Your motivation is to help them. You know, if your motivation is, you know, with the best motivation to help them, and you feel maybe this can be helpful, you know, this knowledge, this wisdom can be helpful, and with that, then if you share, you know, is not to kind of force them to do it, you know. It's just sharing something that could be useful, beneficial for them, and you just, so that will be, so again, a lot of time it also depends on the motivation as well. And yeah.
There's a second question.
There's second question. No, we can take later. So we'll have a 20 minutes of break. 20 minutes of break. Then when you come back, we'll continue, and hopefully maybe we might have practice. Time to do a little practice short. We'll see. So welcome back, and so then next is page number 9, purifications, and with purification there's a request and visualizations, and first request, please bless me to purify all obscurations, non-virtues of my body, so that it will become one in essence with Guru Tara Holy Vajra body. So that is the request. Again, we make the request. Again, we imagine and visualize the Guru Aryatara gladly, delightfully accept your request, and then visualize white light emanate from the white Om at the Aryatara brow or the crown, curves in an arc to enter my brow, and again, if you find difficult with that, then also you can do from the crown. It depends again. And my body is purified, so you can imagine white light nectar flowing from that Om, white Om. The Om represent the Vajra body of the enlightened beings, and purify completely all the obscurations, especially, all the negative karma that we have created through the, body, such as, taking the life of others, stealing and engaging in sexual misconduct and so forth, all others, and especially, and become one in essence with Guru, Tara holy bodies, Vajra bodies, So you can visualize cleansing, purifying all the negative karma, especially through the bodies, and then, again, receiving with the more light and nectar, receiving all the blessings of the body, speech, mind, especially the blessing of the body, and then become one in essence with the other Guru Tara holy Vajra bodies, light body, rainbow body, so okay, that is, and in one of the commentary, as it mentions, the reason why we do the light and nectar, in some visualization, you see nectar, some in visualization, just light, some in both light and nectar, and in some it says, the light represents the wisdom, and the nectar represent the method, the compassion or illusory bodies. So again, light and nectar, that's symbolize both the wisdom and the method. And again, as you can see, the light is sometime in like chakra sambhara practices, when you do the purifications with the Vajrasattva in relation to that, then there is kind of purification, instant purifications, kind of the light come in instantly dispel the darkness of all the obscuration negative. And it's because Mother Tantra is related more the wisdom, clear light, and so therefore it emphasizes on that, whereas Father Tantra is more emphasized on the method of illusory bodies, and so then there is more nectar flowing and purifying. So that is both Father Tantra and Mother Tantra, even though they both cover and teach both the method and the wisdom, but each of them emphasize more on particular, specifically on one of the particular qualities. So in Mother Tantra, the focus is more on the wisdom, clear light wisdom, and Father Tantra is more on the illusory body, the method. So that is why, in some commentary they say that when we do both light and nectar, symbolize and represent both wisdom and the method. Next is, next request, please bless me to purify all the obscuration of my speech so that it will become one in essence with Guru Tara Holy Vajra speech. And then again, red light emanate from the A at the Aryatara throat, curve into an arc to enter my throat, and my speech is purified completely of obscuration, and visualize cleansing, purifying, flushing all the obscuration, all the negative karma, delusion, especially all the negative karma that we have created with the speech through by engaging lying, divisive speech, harsh speech, and senseless, meaningless speech. All of them being cleansed, purified, and then again more light nectar flow into oneself. Then receive all the blessing of body, speech, and mind, especially the blessing of the holy speech. And then with that, your speech become one in essence with the Guru Tara's holy Vasa speech. So then you imagine, visualize your speech and the Guru's speech and the Deity Tara's speech all have been inseparable one. And third request, please bless me to purify all obscurities in my mind so that it will become one in essence with the Guru Tara's holy Vasa mind. And after the request, visualize, imagine, request accepted, and then you visualize blue light emanate from the womb and the Arya Tara heart, curve in the arc into my heart. My mind is purified of all obscurations. And then you visualize, again with the white and the blue light and nectar, cleanse and purify all the illness, all the negative karma, all the delusion, obscuration, especially all the negative karma that we have created with the mind, such as greediness, ill will feelings, anger, and wrong views has been completely cleansed and purified. And then, again, you visualize more light nectar flow into yourself, filled with those light and nectar, and you receive all the blessing, holy body, speech, and mind, especially the blessing of holy mind, Basra mind, and then your mind become one in essence with the Guru Tara holy Basra mind, and then you imagine, visualize your more subtle mind, the Guru's mind, Deity Arya Tara's mind, they all become one, inseparable. And then next request, please bless me to purify all the delusions and subtle obscuration to omniscience. So subtle obscuration to the omniscience are those imprint led by the delusion, not the delusion themselves, but the imprint. So what it does is, it doesn't give rise to the delusion, but it gives rise to the appearance of inherent existence. And so still there is the appearance of the object as inherently existing, even though there's no more grasping, attachment, and all that, but still there is the appearance of that, and that is the subtle obscurations. Even the arhat have that appearance to their mind, even though there is no more grasping, there are no more delusions. Also a high level of bodhisattvas, and that is the subtle obscuration to enlightenment or the omniscience, So that my body, speech, and mind all become one with the Guru Tara holy body, speech, and mind. Again, you imagine, visualize that the request is being accepted. And now, visualization, now the three colors, white, red, and blue, beams emanate simultaneously from the Om, white Om, the brow or the crown, red R at the throat, and Hum, blue Hum and syllable at the heart, curving an arc and entering my three places, the crown or the brow and the throat and the mind, heart. Those are three places, completely purifying all my delusion and subtle obscuration to omniscience. So then you can visualize cleansing and purifying all the illness, negative karma, all the delusion, all the obscurations, as well as the subtle obscurations, especially, the subtle obscuration, and especially in Tantra, the main obscurations is the ordinary appearance and grasping, and that has been cleansed, purify. And also we can also visualize, one of the main functioning of Tara is to be able to act, all the Buddha's activities to benefit and help, to be able to perform, act, whatever is the most beneficial to each and every sentient being according to their needs and their predisposition and so on, And so inability to act, the inability to act correctly according to inability to perform that action correctly, performing that kind of energy, negative energies has been completely cleansed and purified. You can kind of visualize in that. And then you visualize again more light nectar flow into yourself, and feeling your whole body and receiving all the blessing of body, speech, and mind, especially the union of body, speech, and mind, and especially the union of illusory body and the clear light mind wisdom, as well as, the ability to perform and act according to needs of each and every sentient being, according to their needs, according to their predisposition, that because that is the special qualities of the data, and receiving that. So you receive that, visualize receiving that, and then you visualize my body, speech, mind become one in essence with Guru, Tara, holy body, speech, holy body, holy speech, and holy mind, and then try to meditate on that oneness of your subtle body and the Guru's body, holy body, and deity, holy body, becoming one, inseparable. Your more subtle speech and the Buddha's, the deity, Aryatara's speech, and your Guru's speech becoming one, inseparable. In the same way, your more subtle mind and Guru's holy mind and deity Tara's holy mind being one, inseparable. And so then try to concentrate, meditate on that oneness and the blissfulness in that oneness. So so then you try to concentrate and try to remain in that and try to experience that oneness, inseparable, the unity of that as much as you want. And again, it's a training, to see, our clear light mind, the fundamental of our clear light mind, the nature of our clear light mind, and the nature of the Guru and Buddha's mind is actually same, inseparable. There's no differences. The only difference is our mind is that clear light mind is being obscured temporarily. Buddha's mind is free from those temporary obscuration. Otherwise, in terms of that nature of clear light mind, there's no differences. It's not like, our clear light mind have become kind of more and more better when you become enlightened. It's the same. What is it that the obscuration has been less and less as you progress, those temporary obscurations. And so therefore, again, seeing them all one. And so again, when you see that, then, you see the potentials is there. We have the potential to become Guru. Ultimately, we have potential to become the Tara ourselves. And again, trying to focus on that. Okay.
Geshe?
Yeah.
Like this is more about the conventional nature of the mind or the ultimate or like a combination?
Combinations, yeah. Both.
And when you say inseparable, you mean inseparable as the nature is the same? Or in what way do you see
It is in conventional level, ultimate level, same. Ultimate level, all your guru's mind, Tara's mind, your mind is all empty of inherent existence. They all are what we call same taste, you know. In ultimate, they're all in same taste, same. Also on what do you call even on conventional level, the clear light mind, that clear mind, there's no difference. In the nature of that clear light mind, maybe I have to make more emphasize on that. The nature of the clear light mind is same.
This is what you mean when you say inseparable?
Yeah. So
inseparable as in one nature
in one nature, and they are not separate in a way. You know, in that nature, they are on one. You know, it's no differences. You know.
Thank you.
What is the nature of the clear light mind if not emptiness? So the nature of the clear light mind is not emptiness.
No, it is emptiness.
The absolute nature, the absolute reality. But what's the conventional?
Conventional nature of the mind, clear light mind, is that, you know, momentarily it continues moment by moment. It has objects because it's a mind subject, so it has certain objects. It perceives whatever objects it perceives. And so, you know, the nature being clarity, luminous, you know, and awareness. That is the conventional or relative nature of the mind, you know. Whereas ultimate nature of the mind is there. Even that one is empty of inherent existence. Yeah. So not only on ultimate level, but even conventional level, when it comes to clear light mind nature, then even that is same, you know, on that nature. And then you visualize my root guru dissolve into Aryatara, you know, because we have at the very beginning of visualization, you visualize the guru, and then at the heart of the guru, you visualize the Tara, you know. So again, as we mentioned yesterday, when we see the guru, we see is the Tara in that form. When you see the guru, you try to see is the Tara in that form, always seeing one inseparable. Training to see that. And so that root guru dissolves into the Aryatara, you know, and then Aryatara herself, who melts into green light, you know, and that green light which flow into me, the practitioner, and by flowing it, you know, into your heart chakras, you know, that green light go through your crown and crown chakra to the throat chakra to the central chakras, the heart chakra, and then opening that heart chakras. By that, then, you know, instantly, because when it has entered the heart chakra, instantly all my wrong conceptions, that the wrong conception is that I or the self and all phenomena are self-existence. There is a misconception, a wrong conception, believing and grasping self to be inherent existence. Other phenomena, your body, your mind, all other phenomena to exist inherently. That kind of misconception, that kind of mistaken mind is totally dissolved by the power of that green light opening and going to heart chakras. And with that, together with all my dualistic views, mind and its views disappear, you know. So all conceptions disappear, you know. All the conceptions, all the dualistic mind view, all the conceptions, you know, all the gross mind and subtle mind totally kind of disappears. become completely empty of all this. What is left is only clear light mind. What is left is only the clear light mind, the more subtle mind. All the gross mind and subtle mind all have disappeared. Not even a trace of them remain. And so with that, with that clearer mind, with that clear light mind, I concentrate one point in that empty state. So now you try to experience that emptiness. That emptiness with that clearer mind, without any conception or thought, without any concept. If it is possible, sometimes it can be helpful to do some analytical meditation on emptiness if you want to do before that, a little bit without going too details, because if you get too detailed, then again you can get distracted too much, and your mind doesn't want to get too distracted. But at the same time, you might want to do a very short analytical meditation on emptiness, and then after that, even that mind that is analyzing or doing the analytical meditation, that is also conceptual views. Even that disappeared, even that. And then only what is left is that clear light mind, and that clear light mind free from all conceptuality. And so perceiving the emptiness, concentrate on that emptiness without any dualistic view, so that I concentrate one pointly on this empty state with a wisdom that is indistinguishable, one with a Guru Aditara blissful omniscient mind. And that clear light mind that is perceiving or observing the emptiness, that mind is inseparable, indistinguishable from the Guru and Aryatara's mind, And so you try to meditate on that emptiness with that. Even though we don't have a clear light mind at the moment, we just imagine and visualize of that clear light mind, and then trying to meditate on that with that clear light mind emptiness. Of course, at the moment we are just imagining that clear light mind, because our chakras have not really been open at the moment, and so we don't have access to the real clear light mind. But in the training, that is what we visualize, and maybe at the time of death we might be able to use it, but naturally, or before that through certain other techniques, open, and then. But at the moment, that is how we kind of imagine that clear light mind is kind of without any conceptual thought, meditating on that emptiness. And then then you try to meditate on that as long as you can remain, 1, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And then, after that, here they say, then out of that emptiness, my wisdom manifests instantly. So then, the clear light mind, wisdom that is perceiving the emptiness, or that wisdom then, manifests or appear in the form of, light, and then that light appear into the form of Aryatara, if you have highest Yoga Tantra, if you have the Tara initiation. If you don't have, then instead of form of Tara, you visualize yourself, as you mentioned, yourself, but it is in terms of the way it look, is you look like similar, but it is not same ordinary beings, but same like enlightened beings with a, as it just went before with a light rainbow body with that kind of enlightened speech and enlightened mind, and so then whatever, so instantly as Aryatara holy body, seated upon the lotus and moon cushions, And then in the heart of yourself, you can visualize that Tara too, yourself and at the heart of your Tara. Instead of visualizing yourself as Tara, at your heart you can visualize the Tara, and that can be one way. And at the heart of that Tara, at my heart, is another lotus and moon upon which the center stands the syllable thumb, green thumb. And surrounding in the clockwise direction are the syllable of mantra, Om Tari Tutari Turi Soha, the Tara's mantras, and all of those syllables and mantras are, like a crystal clear, clarity, there's something solid and like a rainbow, very light, transparent, thumb letter is in the middle and the mantras are surrounding that, but because it's so transparent, you can see the thumb, that the other letter doesn't kind of block to see the thumb in the middle, so transparent, like rainbow bodies, transparent light. And again, and also not only that light, then is making that the sound of that sound, Om Tari Turi Soha, that mantra, not only the letter, but actually having that sound, and again, that is same with all the practice we do, and again, another important part of all this, when we visualize any kind of mantras, the syllables, 6 syllables, or the flow of the light nectar, we always have to remind that those are not just ordinary syllables, letters, light nectar, but they are, in essence, they are that Aryataras, Guru Aryataras, enlightened, compassionate, transcendental wisdom. And that could manifest in different form. And sometimes it manifests in that syllables, 6 syllable. Sometimes it manifests in that mantra, sound and syllable. Sometimes it manifests in terms of light and nectars. And so we always have to remember and be more aware of that. And the thumb and the mantra, here it says, are a manifestation of Guru Tara's holy mind, with which my mind is totally united, inseparable one, So therefore, in a way, then it is also manifestations of your own, not only Guru, but your also total. And green light radiates from all the letters, spread in all 10 directions, every direction, and again, you can visualize the, spreading the directions of the light and then purifying them. The moment it touches each of sentient beings, it purifies instantly all the illness, all the negative karma, delusion, obscuration. Or, you can visualize with each of those rays of light carrying small green tara from your heart, and on top of that, or on top of each of the head of those sentient beings, there's green tara, and from there, then again, light and nectar flow and cleanse and purify all the negative karma, delusion, obscuration. So whatever is more kind of easy to you to do the visualization, you can do. And that it purifies the negative karma, gross delusion, and subtle obscurations to omniscient all sentient beings. And then again, you can visualize more light nectar flow, and then they receive all the blessing of enlightened body speech, all the spiritual realization, especially the union of the wisdom and compassion, as well as the union of, clear light mind, wisdom, and illusory bodies. And then they all become Tara. They all become Tara. Again, while you do that visualization, you can recite mantra there, and again, with each of those different visualizations, you can recite mantra while you are doing those visualizations. Or you can do visualizations, all of them, and then you can do the other mantra recitation later too. And then after you have purified them, and then lead them to state of Aryatara, then again light radiate from your heart, bearing manifold offering to the six transcendental senses, so such as the offerings, for eye senses and the form, the shape, color, for ear senses, transcendental senses, all music, beautiful sounds, for nose, delicious smells, for mouth, delicious flavors, for the bodily, very soft, soothing, and then pleasant to the mental senses of six transcendental senses of all Buddhas and sentient beings who have become Tara. So you visualize making offering to all of them, and again, they happily, delightfully accept and generate great bliss and brightness in their heart. And with that, the enlightened beings are extremely pleased, and then shower down superlative qualities of Buddha's Tara, holy body, speech, mind, omniscient wisdom, supreme powers, and infinite compassion, especially you can think, the activities, the action, the ability and the activity to be greatest benefit to each and every sentient beings according to their needs, as being the kind of the qualities of the Tara. In the form of great shower, light rays, and as well as in the nectars, while you visualize that, while you visualize receiving and getting all these realizations and that, as I recite the mantra, I observe, and am blessed by this rain of those realizations, and then you recite Om Tari Tura Turi Soha. So the meaning of Om Tari Tura Turi Soha. So again, now there can be two, like many mantras, there can be two understanding of meanings. One is really kind of literal meanings, and then the real meanings behind that meaning of that. Literally, Om Tare, Tare or Tara, is the name of the deity, and Tutare is, the one who helped to cross, one who helped to cross, the meaning to one who helped to cross the ocean of samsara, or someone who foods from the samsara, ocean of samsara, and so that is Om Tare Tutare. Ture, means swift, quickly. So pulling swiftly, helping to pull from the samsara swiftly or quickly, or helping to cross the samsara swiftly, So yeah, and then the behind the meanings is Om, like many mantras, is the beginning of the mantras, and again it's auspiciousness and beginning of the mantras. Also, Om has three letters, R, O, Ma. In Sanskrit, there are three letters, and with those three letters, it makes the sound Om when you put together. And so that it also represents the enlightened body, speech, and mind of the Tara here. And that is the ultimate goal of the practitioners. The ultimate goal is to transform this unenlightened body, speech, and mind into enlightened body, speech, and mind, like Tara. So that's Om is the kind of the goal. What you want to achieve. What you want to achieve is to be able to transform your unenlightened ordinary body, speech, and mind into something enlightened body, speech, like the Aratara. And then Tudare Turi Soha. Tudare Turi Soha is the kind of last again in the last sometimes there's the mantra end with the Hum, Soha, Pe, and different and one, and then Om Tare, Tutare, Turi, three, there are three in between. Om Tare, Tutare, Turi. Those is the path that lead to that how to transform our unenlightened body, speech, and mind into the enlightened body, speech of Tara. The path is Tare, Tutare, Turi. That is the path how to do that. So call leto Tarema, So Tare in that Om Tare Tutare Turi Soha, Om Tare. Tare means, liberating from the samsara. Liberating from the samsara. So it is liberating from the suffering of lower rebirth as well as the suffering of all samsara and the samsara itself. Tutare, Tutare Jiketo. Tutarai means, liberating from the 8 fears. And so 8 fears or 8 dangers. The 8 dangers are external and internal, and especially is the internal dangers. And those are 8 different types of delusions. The danger of the pride of the lion. So that's pride. The danger of ignorance of the wild elephant. The danger of anger of the fire. The danger of jealousy of the snake. The danger of wrong view, of the thieves, the danger of miserliness of the prisons, and the danger of attachment of the floods, and the danger of the doubt of the evil spirits. So there are external danger and internal danger. And Tara is that who protect us from those external danger and internal dangers. The internal danger are those 8 delusions. 8 delusions. So with that, and then call it Tutare. Ture Navanam Ledo. Ture. So Om Tare Tutare Ture. The third one. Ture is the liberating from the illness. And illness, again, not only the external illness, but emotional, mental illness, as well as the illness or the more subtle obscuration. More subtle obscurations. So with that, then it shows the 3 high, the practice of, 3 scope. Om Tare is a small scope. Tutare, middle scope. Freedom from all the delusions and the karma. And Turi, from the illness of the subtle obscurations, and that is the high scope, because to destroy that, then you need not only you need the wisdom, you need the support of the bodhicitta mind, and with the support of bodhicitta mind, then the wisdom, relaxation, emptiness, then can destroy then the more subtle obscuration. So in that way, the way to transform our unenlightened body, speech, and mind into enlightened body, speech, and mind is through cultivating and developing, actualizing the practice of, middle scope, small scope, middle scope, great scope. In other words, by cultivating the renunciation mind, the wisdom, realizing emptiness, and then bodhicitta mind. So with the core om tare, with the tare, renunciation mind, tudare, the wisdom, and ture, the bodhicitta mind. Soha means be rooted or established. So meaning those the three, the renunciations, the wisdom, and the compassion, and the bodhicitta mind may all be rooted in my mind. May they all be established in my mind. So when we recite that mantras, we are also reminding ourselves of those inner qualities that we need to establish, that we need to develop, cultivate that in ourselves. So again, it's kind of a reminder of those inner qualities that we need to work on and develop and accumulate. So that is now. So as I mentioned yesterday, when we recite the mantras, it invoke the deity here, Aryatara, and her inner quality, as well as is invoking our own potentials and our inner qualities, and invoking and trying to cultivate and develop those qualities within ourselves, So again, it's not only invoking from the external Aryatara, but also is invoking your own potentials and your own qualities. To cultivate, to blossom those qualities within yourself, just as I mentioned with one teacher saying, it's like a mirror, and then seeing your own qualities. The Aryatara and the mantra being like a mirror that show your own qualities, and to be able to actualize and then develop that. Yeah. And the power of the mantra, it has a very powerful, it comes through, enlightened beings, such syllable, the sound, it's not ordinate, that is something, it's not only symbolize those inner enlightened qualities, but also, it comes from the enlightened beings, and there is some, energy that is healing, energy that is healing, in terms of, making it peaceful, calm, bringing calmness, peacefulness, as well as, cultivating, kind of devotions, faith, cultivating sense of compassion, wisdom, those qualities, it with such sound and with that syllable, it has that energy level to kind of give rise to those qualities. It's like someone is sleeping, and with that some sound, it wake them up. So our qualities, inner qualities, with that sound and that, it kind of is waking up. It's giving rise to that. Waking up, giving rise to those inner qualities is like those qualities which has been kind of sleeping, almost like, not active and not arising, and is way to invoke, way to awake. It has that kind of energy, and it can have healing energy not only in oneself but also others as well. Others, other beings, the environment, and so on. There is, I don't know, some of you might have seen or might be aware, there was one Japanese, scientist, scholar, Dr. Emoto. I don't remember his full name, Emoto, and he worked with a lot of, and he has come with a lot of books, and it's very interesting, he experiment with different syllables, different thoughts, and sound, so, and so, for example, there was a river, one river, quite polluted river, and then he take a picture of that river. The way he does, he take the water from that, frozen it, and then take a picture with that, and what color it comes, how shape color it comes with that frozen water.
Masaru Emoto.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And then prayer done on that river, prayers were done. And then again, he take the water and froze it, and again take, and the picture it comes is so different. One very black, dark, and one with a crystal like mandala, very bright and incredible. So he did that and he did with different thoughts, and negative thoughts, positive thoughts, how it affects the water. And he did with not only the thoughts, he also experiment with the words, water bottle, with a word like love, compassions, and different letters. And then, with a very cursing words and something like that. And whether it affect the water or not. And again, same water with those different labels and frozen, and then he took pictures and what it comes. Very interesting. And then, so he used thought, prayers, the letters and that, and if those what he had come with his experiment and what he showed, is absolutely amazing. Sometimes we are not aware. Sometimes it's hard for her. How does the prayer affect? Does it really affect? Does our really thought affect someone or environment? Just having a thought, good thought or bad thought. Does our prayer really affect? Does such mantras really this effect or not? It's hard for us to know. Of course, the teaching says absolutely no, but sometimes it's hard for us to know whether the effect. And with his finding, with that scientifically, in that, it seems to affect that.
What is his full name?
What was the full name?
Masaru Emoto.
Matsui.
Emoto.
Masaru. M-A-S-R-R. Emoto.
Masa.
That's what Laos said.
No, actually, Masaru, Masaru.
So anyway, there is few books, and you have to look the and the pictures is very interesting. So again, Of course, in the teaching, they said the power of the mantras and the effect that it can have, the power of the prayers, the power of the positive thought, and all of that, how it can influence and affect to a certain degree, to the yourself, other beings, and the environment, including environment. And so then definitely, if those are cases, then definitely those mantras has not only on deeper spiritual level, that mainly is for that deeper spiritual level, that is what we do, but also on physical level, that it can have a positive impact. So, and also, yeah.
Excuse me. So when I say the mantra, I don't have to know what it means. It's enough if I say it.
Yeah, I think if you know, yeah, of course, each of the mantras have meaning. So you try to learn about them because they are not too long, So at least have some understanding of that. When you are reciting, even though you are not aware of each of those mantras all the time, but at least you have some understanding of what that mantra means. And so then you can recite. Even without awareness, still reciting has benefit. There's no doubt benefit. But with full understanding meaning, then more benefit. Even with the animals, just hearing the sound of the mantra without understanding, without faith, without devotion, still they get benefit, positive imprint. The power of the holy object. That is what it is. There is holy object, the power, and then when it comes from your own side with the devotion and the faith in that, it becomes much more powerful. But even without from your side in that way, still there is some power of the holy objects. There's a stories of someone at the Buddha's time who wanted to be a monk and who came to become a monk, And Shariputra checked him and he said he can't see the karma for him to be a monk. He didn't have the karma to be a monk. And, so was kind of not accepted. He was so disappointed inside because he really wanted to be. Then Buddha showed up and asked what happened. And he explained he really wanted to be a monk. He really wanted to become, but Shariputra says he doesn't have karma. And Buddha says, you do have karma. Shariputra, even though he's arhat, he can only see after certain lifetimes. He cannot see everything. Limitless, endless limit. Also, he can see some of the gross karmic imprint virtues, but subtle one he cannot see. Only the fully enlightened Tathagata can see it. And the Buddha explained he has karma because in one of his previous lives, as a fly, on the gober, dung, cow dung, and it was raining, and then there was stupa, and the dunks went round because the water carried it, and the fly was on the dunks, and so it made a circumambulation. And Buddha says that is the karma. You have that karma, to be a monk, having circumambulated and paid that to the holy objects of that stupas. So again, that is one of the kind of stories like that you see, the power of holy objects in some of that. Even though from the fly side, there's no intention, motivations, devotions, faith, and wish to or even the wish to circumambulate, but by the power of the objects, it got some benefit in that way. And same way, the mantras can be similarly, and therefore, one of the advice, Lama Zopa Rinpoche give, for people who have had, Or when you see any animals, to recite the mantras, prayers, by hearing them, they can have positive imprint, spiritual imprint, you can expose them to around the holy objects, statues, stupas, that, you can take them around, And of course, Rinpoche has animal sanctuaries in Nepal. All of those goats are kind of Rinpoche bought from being killed from the butcher's house. He bought and many. And he specifically asked to build a stupa at that animal sanctuary. And the person who is in charge of animals they have to take circumlating. The monks are advised to go and recite the mantra prayer sometimes. And even when they don't go, because you have to go 20 minutes to go from the monastery at the moment. And they play the mantras and prayers all the time. So Rinpoche advice is not only we should help them physically, we should help them spiritually. And the way to help them spiritually is give, as many imprint as possible to the Dharma and in such as reciting the mantras. And that is what Rinpoche also everywhere he goes, whenever he sees animals, he bless them with the mantras, prayers, and again, so that is how we can. So when we use the mantra, especially, of course, when we are reciting while we are driving, while we are doing other things, we cannot concentrate so much on the meaning of the mantra and all the visualizations, but we can still recite with that motivations. But when you're actually sitting to do practice in that, sometimes we try to, while you are reciting a mantra, sometimes you try to contemplate on the meaning of the mantras. Okay. And then sometimes you try to do the visualization of sending and purifying and leading all sentient beings to enlightenment. And sometimes you do visualization or receiving the blessing yourself. So, while you are doing the mantra, you can do different visualization, different practice at the same time while you're reciting that, and you can also incorporate the lamrim within that practice. While you are doing the Dara mantras, reciting Dara mantras, you can still think of, meditate on bodhicitta, loving kindness, compassion. You can meditate on emptiness. You can meditate on the Guru devotions, by seeing the Tara and Guru inseparable and then recollecting the quality of the Guru and kindness of the Guru. And so again, you can incorporate the Lamrim meditation into this daily practice. So, and definitely, so even though we don't reflect on the meaning of the mantra all the time, but as long as we have some understanding of that and basic understanding what it means, then it is more helpful. But even without that, it can be helpful too, beneficial. Yeah. And so then there is the dedications, and I can, of course, dedication. May I quickly become Guru Aryatara, Pamadoma, and lead each and every sentient being into her enlightened state because of this merit. So, dedicating the merit to achieve Aryatara oneself, and then to lead all sentient beings to that Aryatara state. And then, may the Supreme Jewel Bodhicitta. So here, when we say Bodhicitta, you can think of, when you are reciting the prayer only one time, you can think of both Bodhicitta, relative and ultimate Bodhicitta. And when you think of ultimate Bodhicitta, then wisdom is included. That is the wisdom, So when we say, may the Supreme Jewel Bodhicitta, that is not arise and grow, may that which arise and not diminish, but increase more and more. Not only we think, just the conventional bodhicitta, but also ultimate bodhicitta, the true bodhicitta. And so in that way, you dedicate for actualizing of both conventional bodhicitta and ultimate bodhicitta, the wisdom, light, emptiness, that is supported by the conventional bodhicitta. And so in that way, and then of course, then you can extend other dedication, whatever you want to extend, yeah, any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, please.
You said earlier, like why and how does the bodhicitta mind is necessary to get rid of the imprints? Why is realizing emptiness directly not enough to get rid of the imprints? Why you need bodhicitta to get rid of the imprints?
Yeah. With the emptiness, with the wisdom realizing emptiness directly, it can cut and destroy the delusions and the root of the delusion, the ignorance, but it cannot completely destroy this kind of imprint, because it cannot destroy the selfish or self-centeredness by that wisdom itself. The arhat, even though they have wisdom realizing emptiness directly, and they have already destroyed the delusion and the root of those delusions, ignorance, but they haven't been able to destroy completely the whole self-cherishing completely, because again, they don't have the bodhicitta mind. So in order to destroy that and the imprint, you need the bodhicitta mind. It is support with that.
Understand. And my second question was, so the practice we did this weekend is part, if I understand correctly, is part of the generation stage. And the completion stage is opening the chakras. Is that correct? And
No.
no. Okay.
Generation completion stage is something to do with the highest yoga tantra. This one is more related with action tantra. Action tantra, or performing action and performing tantra, especially action tantra, the lower tantra we said, and yeah, so that is one. In lower tantra, they don't use the term generation and completion stage. Actually, the practice is slightly different, but they use the terms, the practice of sign and signless. And practice with sign is kind of visualizing the deities, whether in front generation or sub generations. So we call front generation, sub generations. Front generation is when you generate the deity in front of you. Sub generation when you visualize yourself as the deity. So visualizing as a deity is with a sign, and then signless is where you try to see the deity, whether it's the front generation or sub generation, as like illusion. It's by seeing the emptiness of that. So that is then the two stages of sub generation, the generation stage and completion stage, is more to do with the highest yoga tantra. So that is not what we did. Yes. Yes, please.
You mentioned the syllable pe instead of soha, or is it
No.
related? No.
I was saying, like in some mantras, at the end is hum, pe, or soa, like Om Mani Padme Hum. It ends with hum, and there are a lot of mantras that start with Om. Most mantras end with hum, and there are some mantras that end with the soha, like this one, and then there are some mantras who end with the pe. So I'm just saying that the different mantras end with the different and this one is Soha.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
So pay means something else.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Hum also has different meanings. He has different meanings. Soha has different meanings. Yeah. Yes, please.
This is in the 35
Short?
No.
Yes. Yes.
In the 35 Buddha practice, there is one, the king of the Nagas,
Mhm.
is not called Tathagata. And I'm not Tathagata when you do, you know.
But that is Tathagata, why not?
In the English translation, there is no, just I prostrate to the king of the Lord of the Nagas.
No, Tathagata missing then. Then it must be missing.
Okay.
In your, it should have Tathagata.
Okay, so Tathagata king Lord.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Everyone has Tathagata.
Yeah.
Well, I think originally, because this is called known as the three heap of the sutras, so it actually comes from sutra. In original version of sutras, not all the Buddhas have Tathagatas. Only I think 4 of them have Tathagatas. I don't remember each of them. You see in Nagarjuna's commentary on that. 4 and Tathagata, and the rest of them doesn't have. They all are Tathagata, but in terms of that, what you call suffix, yeah, do you say suffix? Yeah, suffix, not all have Tathagatas, And so in other traditions, they don't have Tathagata in all. But in our lineage, Lama Tsongkhapa added Tathagata to all of them. After he did the preliminary practices and he has the vision of the 35 Buddha himself. After he had the vision of that 35 Buddha himself, then he felt like, it would be helpful to add. So he add all Tathagata perfect in life, all that the whole stuff is to all of them. So in other traditions, the ordinary sources, they don't have Tathagata to all of them. I think maybe 4 of them have Tathagata, the first one, and then few of them. So, but in our tradition, then Lama Tsongkhapa add Tathagata to all of them. So all 35 Buddha have Tathagata, all of them. Yeah.
There's a question online.
Yes, please.
So basically, this practice, the main difference is in the realization is that unless you get empowerment, that means you cannot visualize the deity within you. You cannot take the rays within you. You can just you cannot visualize yourself as Tara, for example.
Yes.
That's
yes.
correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what if you have the empowerment, then you have a different sadhana? Is it?
You can use this sadhana, but I think in this sadhana, actually, there is a visualizing yourself as a Tara at the end.
Correct.
And so you can use that way.
Right.
Yeah. And
okay.
So this is just fine. If you want a sadhana initiation or empowerment, then because first we start the front generation, and then later you have self-generation as a Tara, and then whilst out of bodhicitta mind, sending the rays of light to purify and lead them to enlightenment, and making offering to the Buddhas, and then receiving the blessings, and then you recite the mantras in this sadhana. So then, this one you can do with and for those who have no initiation, then they slightly change. Instead of arising on Tara, they can arise of themselves.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Geshe.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. Yes.
There is a stage where the consciousness dissolves and the subtle consciousness dissolves, and you imagine you have a clear light mind.
What stages?
No, so I have a question about this.
Yes.
So you imagine that you are abiding in the emptiness with a clear light mind, but you said that you don't actually have a clear light mind here, and you just you imagine.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder, like, why do we actually do it? Like, why do we imagine that we have a clear light mind and we meditate with it and imagine we have no conceptions? But actually, we don't have a clear light mind, we have a gross mind. So what is the goal of it? Is to help us understand emptiness, so just to see the Buddha nature, or I don't just
the goal is to see that actually we can have a understanding on emptiness without any dualistic view, without any conception is possible, you know. And then also it's a training. For example, you know, if we train that and we become more aware of that, then when we die, while we still have a gross mind, you can use that gross mind to conceptually meditate on emptiness, and then all conceptual thought will dissolve, and then you have all the clear light mind, and in that mind you are able to be aware, and then use that to meditations, because you something that you have been trained now, you know.
Isn't it also useful for power consciousness transfer as a training? That means visualization and mentally imagining, or even through meditation. This is actually power transfer of consciousness training, isn't it?
This isn't exactly that, but the power is more slightly different, because in power you visualize your
yes.
Yeah, transferring your sense, sending out to the Amitabha, whichever deity.
Correct.
With that particular.
What I was referring to is the usefulness of actually visualizing things.
Oh yeah.
The day you dissolve, then you have already a concept of what it is.
Yeah. We train and then we become used to it, and then when it actually happens, then you can do it because you have been training to do that. Whereas,
thank you.
Yeah. So you are not there, but you are training. It's like you are training, like when someone is, let's say, giving a lecture or some kind of concert or whatever. You are not in a stadium, but you are training. You imagine they are in a stadium, and all that. And so it is to kind of overcome whatever fear or other things that you come when you are actually there. That so you are aware, preparing yourself, imagining everyone there and all of that. So it's part of training, you know, for them to rehearsal and imagine what it is to be, and so they can perform better when they actually perform really. So before they perform, they started to imagine and try to work with that. Similarly, that is what, you know, we imagine and visualize in certain way, and when we are provided with the real situations, such as at the time of death, when clear light is provided, then we are more aware of that, and maybe chance of being able to use it and meditate.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so then we do the. Yeah. Okay.
Last question.
Yes, please.
It's a very quick question.
Yes, please.
Quick. What's the best one for animals? Which mantra? To make sure that they really favorable rebirth.
I think there is a Lama Soba has, you can find in FMD, there is a book called Animal Liberations. And in that there are like 10 powerful mantras, you know, that one can recite. So if you can recite all the 10 powerful mantras, that would be great. If not, then some of them, you know. So Medicine Buddha, for example, can be powerful, you know, Medicine Buddha. And then, you know, Om Mani Padme Hum, you know, Nam Jalmas, you know, to purifications, you know, so different mantras. Yeah. Okay. So we do the final dedications. Okay. Yewa di nyoto ta lama sanke ju ne do chi kya ma le pa te sen sho ren bo she ma ke pa na ke kyo shi ke wa nyam pa me ba yang kong le kong du pe wa yang kang ri ra we por we shin kan de ten dan de wa ma de xiong we ne che re sen wa ten zen ja so ye sha be si te pa tu ten gyu tu tu chang xin chang gun jia we ten zen jiang pe we kun su to po ro zhi xiao song gu we le mo tu tu pa da so du je bun du nyu chen xiao. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you,
Geshe.
Geshe.
Thank you.
Everybody online on site.
Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you.
everyone.
Now, thank you, everyone. Thank